A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal. A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and Let's Talk Live. Kenneka Jenkins is finally getting justice, part 2. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I'm going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins is finally getting justice, part 2. Peoples, I am here, I am live, and I am back. Peoples, as I stated beforehand, that it is time to stop playing games with this Kenneka Jenkins case. It's time to stop playing games. It is time to start calling it for what it really is. This is gang ties. This ain't had nothing to do with no establishment. All of this stuff was gang ties. All this stuff is gang related, peoples, as you can see. It's gang ties. Everything that with this case is gang ties. Is gang ties, and it was uppers who were having a field day with all of this nefarious madness that was going on, peoples. That's all it is. And so everybody wants to try to make something of nothing but all of that stuff, that what they're saying and trying to do really doesn't make no sense, because they can't make sense of it. Our own eyes, with our own, we can clearly see for ourselves, people, with our own eyes, with our own ears, what is going on. We can clearly see for ourselves. And that we can clearly see is that all of this stuff is gang ties, peoples. It's gang ties. Everybody wants to sit here and try to profess and proclaim that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. Kenneka Jenkins never did. Kenneka Jenkins was never alive on the night. Kenneka Jenkins has died well before the night. Well before the night. All of the stuff that they're showing with all of these videos and makeshift things and stuff, that's all makeshift, peoples. All of that stuff did not happen. It is called a distraction. That's all it was. It was a distraction. It was pure D murder at its finest, people. So people's here. Before I go on, let me go ahead and reference section 107. Let me reference 107. All scenes in this video has allegedly occurred. We hold no responsibility to what is being spoken.
Our products aren't just scented. They come with real jewelry or hidden.
Okay, people, so we have...
It's the ultimate gift, and now you can earn money from home by sharing them. No upfront cost. Just join as an affiliate and start earning. Drop candle in the comments to begin. Our products aren't just scented. They come with real jewelry or hidden cash inside. It's the ultimate gift, and now you can earn money from home by sharing them. No upfront cost. Just join as an affiliate and start earning. Drop candle. Our products aren't just...
Okay, peoples, I'm back. They steady want to play with my live and things, so you know that's what they're going to do. So we're just going to have to get used to the periodic cutting of the live and stuff. So that's what happens. That's what happens when you're on a case, peoples, and they don't like what you're saying and things. But that's okay, because they're not going to stop me. I'm here to stay. I'm going to continue to keep talking about this case, peoples. Going to continue to keep talking about this case. So, as I stated before, peoples,
Going to continue to keep talking.
this was gang ties. And
As I stated before, people,
in order to commit a murder, you got to do it in the forefront. Throw it out there.
in order to commit a murder,
Got to do it in the forefront, people. And as you can see, Casey Chloe Over Sanchez Medina, she is in every last Kenneka Jenkins chat there is. Every last one. And she's there to go ahead and throw her narrative out there, and she tries to make the people believe that she is the only one with the receipts, that she is the only one who knows about this case. She works closely together with Teresa Martin, and not only with Teresa Martin, but with the establishment as well. She works closely together. So you got to ask yourself the question and make this make sense. Anybody who is in every single Kenneka Jenkins chat, what is that telling you? She's trying to make you believe that she has all of the information. That's what she's trying to make you to believe. Hello, 82. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today.
Hey.
Hello?
Hello. I'm here.
All right. Yeah. So 82, help me to make this make sense, ma'am.
Yeah, Cassie always trying to run people off because she feels like she has all the answers, and then she attacks people how she feels fit.
Well, she's a paid op. She's a paid op. They're paying her to go and talk about this case and to get a certain narrative out there.
Yeah, there's been a couple, but my thing, I don't want to attack that lady, but it's very obvious what she's doing because she's attacking people that don't even attack her at all. Not one so bit.
Well, I mean,
she's just always in someone's chat, someone's videos, correcting them and things. If you know that much, then can you tell us what happened? That's my thing. But you're out here saying you're not here for justice for Kenneka and things like that. So if you're not here for justice for Kenneka, what the fuck are you even doing here for? Because that's what J4K is for, right?
Well, that's what I thought it was for.
Yeah, me too. And I don't have nothing against that lady. That lady has something against me, but that's nor here or there. But she told about herself, just like her locations, and she got exposed. While she says she's exposing other people, which is wrong, including their children. I don't know how you're okay with that. I really don't. Like, I hope I'm not sounding stupid for saying that, because she's attacked people's children, people themselves, just for having their own opinion and piecing together what they see. Not everyone sees the same thing. It's just like reading the Bible. Not everyone interprets the Bible the same way. So what the hell? And then like tonight, a live is going on right now. Nothing lines up. There's only 24 hours in a day, and this girl was missing more than 36 hours after she was reported missing. You can't defeat that. However you want to convert times and things like that. The lawyers and whatever the family statement says, she was missing 36 hours after being reported, and it took them a day and a half to find the body, even though we know better. Nothing matched up. Nothing. And don't no one walk in no damn freezer when you can go outside. That's been my whole thing the whole time. No. She was beat up, cut up, and some more stuff. I'm trying not to cuss. I just don't get it.
If you feel necessary, then this is where you can do it.
Mr. Howard.
You do it on a live. You're doing it on a panel, not in the chat room.
Okay. Yeah. Everybody's been talking about, even the people that do the edits, they're finding out that it's not even Kenneka on the gurney. It's not Kenneka in the hallways, just like you said. The days didn't match, just like you said. I mean, plenty of people have said this. Like, what's the issue? We were lied to. We were just all lied to.
The issue is stupid people just don't want to admit that they're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to admit that they're stupid. They don't want to admit that all of the stuff that they have ever thought about or said is wrong.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's all. It's wrong. So it ain't no problem admitting that you're wrong, but if you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yep.
And the one thing that the people can't get over is that, you got to go from what the freezer picture states.
Yeah, and then Emma last night, was it last night or the night before? Emma came on and was like, no frostbite. Her body looked fresh. You pointed out plenty of times. It's so much you can go by.
Yeah.
And then the pictures that were taken at the time, they were not on the 10th and the 9th. They were there. Them pictures were taken way before. Way before.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is how are you going to sit here and how are you going to sit here and say that this is her and none of those three pictures match?
They don't.
On the gurney. None of those pictures match.
Mm-mm.
So help me to make that make sense. If none of the pictures match, then how could you place her in that establishment?
You can't.
You can't.
Kenneka was there from the 6th. The only body that matches with her is the body that was on that gurney that you were talking about. That was all like decomposed. And then the first body when it was freshly cooking. And does that match the one where they ripped all her weave out? Like that's the only thing I was asking about. Like, did they rip her
the freezer picture and the picture of her supposed to have been in a funeral home? Those are the only two that closely match. But the gurney picture don't match. So
that's what I was asking.
So how my thing is, how in the world is she's going to go from a freezer picture to a gurney picture that's supposed to have been at the funeral home?
Exactly. Then my next question was,
when did she get transported to the funeral home?
That too. And like I was about to say, like how her obituary for the funeral say Kenneka Jenkins, but when you go on Facebook, it says Kenneka Martin has the memory thing, but her obituary says Kenneka Jenkins, right? Just like at the funeral it says KJ, right?
Yeah.
So that's two different people. You can't have two different people.
Well, they're incorporating. Well, see that's the game that they play.
Yeah.
You put it in the people's faces, and the people are too dumb to understand that.
Yeah, that part. You can't have both.
No, I mean, what other way are you going to put it? What other way are you going to put it? I'm not here to sugarcoat things. I'm here to just give it to you real and raw.
It's two bodies. One was one. Wait, we already proved one was cremated and one was used for the casket, right? But
No. We don't
we
know
didn't
where
prove
the
that.
other body is.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, that girl that's in that casket is not neither Kenneka Jenkins nor neither Kenneka Martin.
You know
She
who I
don't
thought
look.
that
She don't
was?
remotely look like either one of the two.
I thought that was Eugenia, to be honest.
It probably well may be. It probably one way be because Kenneka ain't never wore her hair like that.
Never have she ever. The only thing the closest to that cut is when she just got done fighting that one girl and she had that blonde hair and she's walking with the limp.
But
That's the closest
even still, that wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. That was Kenneka
Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, because Kenneka Martin was the one who walks with the limp.
Yeah. And that even shows you both because you had a Kenneka with the limp with the jean jacket, and then one we never saw, and we were told she was in a Adidas outfit. We ain't seen neither one. We only saw one. We only saw one that people were including as a double. And one was already dead in the freezer, right?
Well, the one in the freezer is Kenneka Jenkins.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was already dead, but Kenneka Jenkins was already dead in the freezer, right?
Kenneka Jenkins was dead in the freezer. Kenneka Martin was the one who was in TY's live.
So she's the one that was walking in the parking lot with the limp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know it.
But she was the one who got killed in TY's live.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because she was the one who was wearing Kenneka's real ring.
So that's why Huggy Pacino said, "Where's Kenneka Jenkins?" He made a video saying, "Where's Kenneka Jenkins?"
Exactly.
So where is she? But you're saying that's the one that's cremated.
Kenneka Jenkins is cremated. Kenneka Martin, we don't know where her body is.
Oh, Lord.
But we can clearly see that she's got stabbed in the neck.
And also people need to remember that that's not the first time we've seen Kenneka walk. The Kenneka Martin walk with the limp. She walked with that limp a couple times. She was found on. There was a couple lives shared with her walking with a limp. She was walking with a limp a few times.
Well, she walked with a limp because of the simple fact that she has a disability. Kenneka Jenkins didn't have a disability. Kenneka Jenkins wasn't a fighter.
No.
Kenneka Martin was.
Yep. And that's the one that had the blonde wig on, was like with Monifa. So Monifa was best friends with Kenneka Martin, not Kenneka Jenkins.
Monifa was best friends with both of them.
Oh, okay. So that's why when she was with Shamaya and she was like, "Oh, Kenneka's on the live."
Exactly. She said Kenneka Martin says hello.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, she clearly said Kenneka Martin said hello. And Casey Chloe Over Sanchez Medina is trying to make you believe that it ain't no Kenneka Martin and no Kenneka Jenkins. They're both the same. No, they're not. They're not the same. But let her tell it. See.
So which one is Teresa saying nothing happened to my daughter? Is that Martin? Is that's her daughter? Or is it Jenkins she's claiming nothing happened to? Claiming.
Well, you have to ask her which one she's claiming, because I mean, we've already seen what happened to her daughter, to both of them, because she took pictures with both of them.
Yeah. And just like the one had to be on Tournament and one didn't.
Well, guess who was on to Pyramid?
Who? Martin?
Martin. She's the one with the disability.
I knew it.
She was the one who they said that I'm going to give this cup to her.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Because she was the one at the hotel part, the one hotel. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When did you ever hear Kenneka Jenkins complain about any type of ailment and stuff? You never heard her complain.
No. You only heard the one with the lump complain, and both of the one was found. One was found after, but the time steps are so messed up. One was walking through the parking lot that was limping, and was found walking with Ty. Right? Do you remember that? One was found on surveillance walking behind Ty. You have all the things now, so you can go through it. She was limping.
Boy, they don't want me to talk about this stuff because you see they keep shutting down my live. You see that, right? They don't want me to talk about this, but we're going to talk about this. Kenneka Martin was the one who had the disability. Kenneka Jenkins never had a disability, so Kenneka Jenkins never had a reason to take medication.
No, that's what I'm saying. Kenneka Martin was the one found limping around the hotel with the jean jacket in the parking lot and walking with Ty. The one that came in with Monifa, Shamaya, and Shamaya and Monifa, she didn't have a limp. Right. That was another person.
Yeah.
That was the tranny.
That was the trainee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Because you never seen Kenneka Jenkins.
No. She was already dead in the freezer.
You never did. You didn't see Kenneka Jenkins walk into the establishment. You didn't see Kenneka Jenkins in TY's live. You didn't see Kenneka Jenkins in Irene's live.
No, we only saw Kenneka Martin.
Yes, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That is it. Only Kenneka Martin, not Kenneka Jenkins.
No, Kenneka Jenkins was already gone. That's why you only see when you go to Facebook, it's Kenneka Martin with the remembrance, and you never see no Kenneka Jenkins.
But see, that's the thing. They're trying to make you believe that they're all both the same, and they're not.
Oh, I know it. And
that's why Casey is in every live.
Cause she don't want. Man, I don't want to talk bad about that lady, but it's clear.
Well, what is it talk bad about it? I mean, you being honest with what you're saying. She is in every Kenneka Jenkins there is.
Oh yeah, she everywhere.
So is that talking bad about her? I mean, shit, you're telling the truth.
She think, Miss Edward, that lady think I'm someone else, and you know damn well I'm not the same lady she think I am.
Well, I can't help what she thinks because I mean,
that's her point of view, whatever. Yeah.
I can't help what she thinks, but she's in every Kenneka. Who is in every Kenneka Jenkins chat? Who? You tell me that. Who is that invested that
Chloe
they have
Cassie.
to be in every Kenneka Jenkins chat?
Chloe, Cassie, Medina, whatever the fuck, Sanchez, Rodriguez, Gomez, whatever the fuck her name she said. I don't fucking know the lady. I don't care to bother with her. Shit.
Well,
that lady got more mug shots and pedophile shit going on than I even want to speak with. We've talked about it too many times. Worrying about someone else's shit. Nope. 2023, I'm not entertaining none of this bullshit. I'm telling you that. But yeah, there's two girls. One was there longer than the other one.
Why is it that the people are so confused?
He got me giggling over this damn Cassie bitch. Huh?
Why is it that people are so confused?
I don't know. Because everybody spoke on this so many damn times. So many times. It's not the same person. Even the people that are doing the edits. You know how I always told you I'm everywhere. I watch the edits and people even in the edits say it's probably the real Kenneka, but it's some other girl too. It's her twin. They look alike. They look alike.
Well, okay, so let's entertain this. It probably be the real Kenneka. If it's probably the real Kenneka, then explain the freezer picture.
Man,
explain
the first freezer pictures, that was right after they did what they did to her, because that body was fresh, right? It had fresh blood.
How can she look so fresh and be killed on the night?
Nah. And then, Mr. Edward, you already said you exposed them pictures. Them pictures were taken way before.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how could Kenneka be Kenneka?
They mixed them in between. They mixed them both together.
Yeah, but their premise is that she died on the 9th. So explain that.
One was killed on the 9th or the 8th, whatever the hell. And one was sitting up in that damn basement freezer forever.
Kenneka Jenkins was killed on
the 7th, right?
Yeah, because her freezer pictures doesn't lie.
Nah,
it doesn't lie.
Nah.
I mean, I don't care what date that you give. You got to be able to explain the freezer picture.
Okay. What if I said
if you can't explain the freezer picture, then what is it that you're talking about? Because you got to.
What if I said, okay, as you found out, them pictures were taken on the 7th or the 8th, right? The pictures.
But then not only do you have to explain the freezer picture, but you have to explain the statement from the family.
One body was upstairs and one body was downstairs.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter where the bodies is. What matters is the date of when all of this occurred.
Okay. And like you found out, one of the pictures were taken on the 8th, right?
No,
or the 7th.
On the 7th.
Okay, that was Kenneka Jenkins. That was Kenneka Jenkins.
Kenneka Jenkins died on the 7th.
And that was her body being pictured.
That was her body being pictured.
Okay. And then the body that we seen brought upstairs, that messed up body that didn't match, that was already very decomposed in that non-working freezer, they brought that shit upstairs, right? That was Kenneka Jenkins. That's why Teresa didn't go nowhere near it. We never seen TM go to her actual daughter, Kenneka Martin, or however you want to say it. Because either way, none of them daughters, if they're twins, neither one of them are her daughters, right? Or she was supposed to one.
She didn't birth them.
Okay, so we just seen her claim the older body, not the
Well, we really don't know what happened to Kenneka Martin.
Exactly.
We really don't know what her body is.
Yeah.
We don't know. All we know is that
the one that August Cole was talking about, that one that was immediately took into the thing. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
August Cole, the girl that was talking about there were 3 girls, 2 were killed. August Cole, you did a couple.
I know who August Cole is, but I don't know what you're talking about.
The one they were trying to say is Antonia Evans.
I understand that. Yeah, yeah. She's the one who got killed in the car accident.
Okay. Okay. So, do you remember how the crash site looked? With the
Yeah, I
jean
know.
jacket
The
on the
crash site
side?
was with a door up there by the in the window, and then there was a whole outfit in the streets.
Yeah. And remember how TF said nothing, no one did nothing to my daughter. She was just left at the party. Maybe she I don't why are you asking me this of all people? Maybe the one that she claims, Martin, nothing happened to her daughter. She was probably killed in that car crash with Eugenia, right?
No,
And the other one,
no. Kenneka Martin was killed in TY's live. Remember, she was the one with the stab wound to the neck.
okay.
You're getting so confused now.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to you because okay.
Kenneka Jenkins died in the
heading.
kitchen and was placed in the freezer, and pictures was taken immediately when she died because those pictures are fresh.
Okay.
Pictures are fresh. Kenneka Martin got killed in TY's live because, as you can see, she had the knife wound in her neck.
Yeah.
Now, how the other girls died, we don't know. But we know how Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin died. Kenneka Jenkins died in the freezer. Kenneka Martin died in TY's live.
And they only showed us one Bobby, though. They showed us one picture of one girl and then showed us the other girl.
But you got to understand, everybody is not Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. There was other girls who got killed.
I understand that.
Right, but Kenneka Jenkins, we know, died in the freezer. That's unequivocal, undeniable. She died in the freezer because ain't no way that you can say that she died any other manner or any other way and then have those pictures be as fresh as they are. So at the time to when Kenneka Jenkins got killed, it wasn't not too long when they took those pictures.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So Kenneka Jenkins, we ain't even got to worry about how she died because we know she died in the kitchen not too long ago when they took those pictures. Kenneka Martin died in TY's live because we see the neck wound.
Yeah.
We see the knife wound in her neck. Now, as far as the girl that played Kenneka Jenkins, the one who Man had commandeered in the hall, that's the other girl who got killed. Then Eugenia Walker, she gets killed in a car accident. Yeah. But then there was another girl who had played of walking in the freezer. She got killed.
Yeah.
But we don't know what happened to their bodies.
No.
So what is the mystery? Why trying to, okay, well, somebody was down in the basement or somebody was over here. We know unequivocally how Kenneka Jenkins and how Kenneka Martin died. It ain't no question of how they died. We know how they died. It ain't no trying to think of, oh, well, how did Kenneka Jenkins die? I mean, the picture tells you how she died. It ain't no question behind that. And then Kenneka Martin, you can clearly see that she has a knife wound to the neck. Clearly. So it ain't no question of how she died. So now trying to sit here and trying to figure out, Kenneka Jenkins was up here, Kenneka Jenkins was down here, Kenneka Jenkins was in a lower level and all like that. That's bullshit.
No. Kenneka Jenkins never made it upstairs.
Kenneka Jenkins was upstairs. She died in the freezer upstairs.
No, well, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Kenneka Martin wasn't the one who made upstairs.
Kenneka Martin, wherever they killed her, they stashed her body wherever. We don't know where they stashed her body. We have no clue. We have no evidence. We just know that she died.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if they put her in the same freezer as Kenneka Jenkins. We don't know if they put her in the lower level. We don't know. All we know is someone was in the lower level, but it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins.
No, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins.
So it could very well been Kenneka Martin.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know. But everybody is not Kenneka. And that's why I keep trying to tell you, and that's why I keep trying to tell everybody else. Stop saying that everybody is Kenneka.
You ain't got to tell me nothing because I know Kenneka. You ain't got to tell me nothing because I already know one was upstairs and one was not down. One was upstairs and one was downstairs. And we only seen Teresa react to one body, and it wasn't the one she said. You ain't got to tell me nothing.
Well, the only one that she reacted to was Kenneka Jenkins. That's the only one that she reacted to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the only one who's upstairs in the freezer.
And that's the one that had the estate and all that other stuff going on for her.
Because that's the only one that has the fresh pictures.
That too.
So I don't know why this case is so complicated to many people, and I don't understand.
Because people are confused that there's twins, and then everybody's only seeing one body, but they don't understand that they've seen two because they mixed the both together.
But what is the confusion? Because I mean, you can clearly see, the freshness of Kenneka's body. That I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that Kenneka died and they took those pictures right after. How hard is that to understand?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that's so hard to understand. You got the death pictures. The pictures are fresh.
And people don't even realize half the pictures, she didn't have a belly ring. She didn't have tattoos on her back. One did, one didn't. And it was a lot of things. There was two different everything. One had a belly ring. One didn't.
One is the real Kenneka Jenkins. So I don't know why that's such a mystery. It is only one real Kenneka Jenkins. The real Kenneka Jenkins is in the upper level kitchen in the freezer. That goes without saying. So what is the confusion? So if Kenneka Martin didn't have the tattoos and stuff, well then you can obviously say that's not Kenneka Jenkins.
Because, Mr. Everett, I think people got confused when they heard the dispatcher say, "Oh, shoot, she's found frozen solid in the basement." And then people trying to figure out where she was found out in the basement.
But
we're seeing a body in her mom.
That's what I'm saying. It goes with what I was saying. It's a Kenneka Jenkins and a Kenneka Martin.
Yeah.
So the man just basically just reiterated the very thing I've been saying.
Yeah.
I don't understand what is the confusion when you can clearly see, understand it is a Kenneka Jenkins and a Kenneka Martin.
I understand that part. And you can damn text messages.
That's what I don't understand. I don't understand how people can get confused when you clearly got you got evidence right there in your face. Evidence. Kenneka Jenkins is in the upper level kitchen. You got the evidence right there. She has the tattoo. She has the belly ring. She has all of the markings of Kenneka Jenkins. Peoples, what is it that you guys are confused about? I don't understand that. I don't understand how you guys can sit here and keep trying to reference Kenneka as being down in the lower level, or being in Irene's live, TY's live, or being all over the establishment, when you can clearly see her. Ma'am, I'm live. Either come on the live or stay off the live, but don't call me while I'm on the live. Peoples, again, and this is what I say. What is the confusion? See, peoples, this isn't an old live, but it's still relevant today. And I have been saying for the longest time that, and if people follow by what the evidence show, it ain't what Edward Joseph is thinking or saying, it's what the evidence shows. And I have been showing you unequivocally and undeniably what the evidence shows. And the evidence clearly shows peoples that Kenneka Jenkins was the young lady in the freezer. That's what the evidence shows. It ain't what Edward Joseph is saying. It's what the evidence shows. And that's all that I have been doing, peoples, was just showing the evidence. And I don't understand why it is that people just can't understand, for the likes of me, that this is what the evidence shows. The evidence shows Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer. The evidence shows that Kenneka had a tattoo on her back. That's what the evidence shows, peoples. The evidence shows that Kenneka had a tattoo on her side, a rose. The evidence shows that Kenneka had a tattoo that says Nene, which is Kenneka Jenkins' nickname. The evidence doesn't show Kenneka with a... Y'all hold on for a moment. The evidence doesn't show Kenneka Jenkins with a ring on her finger. The evidence doesn't show that. But we know, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins always wore a ring on her finger, on her middle finger. But for some strange reason, peoples, it is amazing how Kenneka Jenkins never had the ring on her finger in the freezer. But in all of the other pictures, we've seen Kenneka with a ring on her middle finger, which Zaria Walls has given to her. So why is it that the person that was supposed to have been playing Kenneka never had a ring on that person's finger walking into the establishment? Why is it that the person that had walked the halls of that establishment never had a ring on the finger, but the person that was in TY's live had a ring on her finger? And then the person sitting in the chair had a ring on their finger. So 2 times that we've seen the ring on the middle finger. But any other time, in any other video, in any other pictures, in this particular case, we do not see a ring on the finger. Why is that, peoples? Why is that? Are you going to sit here and tell me that that was Kenneka Jenkins that was in TY's live standing when Tanasia had said, I'm going to go over here and give this girl a cup? Well, if that was Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, well, then Tanasia didn't give her a cup, right? So she could not have been hooshed up on any pyramid, right? Because, see, the thing is, peoples, it takes time for that madness to be in your system and then work. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the question is, peoples, because they said that Kenneka Jenkins had topiramate in her system. That's what you guys said. That's what the case files had said, that Kenneka had topiramate in her system. So then my question would simply be this, peoples. Why would Kenneka Jenkins have topiramate in her system and then walk some halls? At which point in time did that cocktail of drinking and having topiramate in her system affect her to the degree to where she wouldn't have been able to have control of her equilibrium? Tell me that, peoples. I mean, you guys said that, and it's in the case files, that Kenneka, as you guys called her, came in at 1:13, and then at 2:30, she's walking the halls of the establishment, or even at 3:30. Okay, well, even if that be 2:30 or 3:30, depending upon which particular time that you so do choose, peoples, get her out of Irene's live. Get her out of Irene's live and get her in the halls of that establishment. Because see, peoples, you know, if a person is drinking, a person is not going to get drunk within no hour worth of time. You can drink a gallon of Hennessy and things and not be so impaired within an hour worth of time, peoples. That's just not going to happen. Alcohol doesn't impair people just so quickly once you down it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not going to happen immediately, peoples. It takes time for it to move through the bloodstream. So you don't have time, because 1:13 to 2:30, that's less than an hour. Well, no, it's a little over an hour. It's about an hour and 10 minutes or so. So that's about an hour's worth of time, peoples. And then 1:13 to 3:30, that's a little over almost 2 hours. So a little over an hour, a little over 2 hours, peoples. And you're saying that she's hooshed up on some topiramate and some Hennessy, really? And then she goes and gets so elated that she walks some halls of that establishment? I mean, come on, peoples. You know, that has to be the most craziest, stupidest thing that I have ever heard in all my life, peoples. That has to be the craziest thing, peoples. That has to be the craziest thing. You know? And I see my people came in. Hello, Linda Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Linda Wilkins says, hey, Mr. J and everyone, but you are so right. Yeah. I mean, Linda Wilkins, think about it for one moment, people. I'm glad that you came in, because, see, I need some people who can think meticulously and methodically. I need people like that to think meticulously and methodically. You know, it doesn't make no sense. How could this girl get so inebriated and walk some halls of that establishment within an hour or 2 hours worth of drinking? It doesn't happen, peoples. It doesn't happen like that. And see, this is the thing that I've been trying to tell the people for the longest time. So when you guys want to sit around here and say, oh, well, that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment, peoples, how could alcohol work so quickly? Because if that be the case, people, you would have a lot of people at bars that will be so damn drunk after the first couple of drinks. You'll have people so damn drunk after the first couple of drinks. People, it ain't no way that that's going to happen. It ain't no way. There ain't no way that that's going to happen. And I don't care how non-tolerant you are, it ain't going to work that quick. And then the scenario, you got all of the other things in the case that says you had the lady said that I seen your daughter up on the 11th floor. Well, if she was up on the 11th floor, was she on the 11th floor drunk? She said that I seen your daughter up on the 11th floor with a couple of girls and a couple of guys. That's what the lady said, and she put that in the case files. The lady who was down there who met with TM, she said that. So you got to account for that. So at what point in time did Kenneka Jenkins go to the 11th floor? And then if she was up on the 11th floor, peoples, who was she up there with? See, these are the things that you don't factor in the case. You guys just run at the mouth about this, that, and the other, and you don't even know what you're talking about. You got to think and you got to incorporate everything that they put in the case files. Because again, peoples, it don't make no sense. And then for people to sit up on my live and argue with me about a narrative that they're not even familiar with, they're confusing themselves. I know what I'm talking about, but don't sit on my live and confuse the people when you don't even have a good grasp as to what you're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to make this clear, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins was killed in the upper level kitchen. Because, and the reason why I say that is simply this. What sense does it make to kill her on the lower level and then bring her up to the upper level just to only take some pictures and stage her in the freezer? What sense does that make, peoples? It doesn't make no sense to kill her on a lower level, take her to the upper level, stage her body in the freezer, and then take pictures. What sense does that make, peoples? And then when you saw her body up on the gurney, it was decomposed. Now, if you don't believe that that was Kenneka, well, then who was it? Because somebody was decomposed on the gurney. And at the time to when these pictures was taken, peoples, the girl is fresh. She's looking fresh. She doesn't look decomposed, peoples. She looks fresh. So that means that the time to when they found her body, she no longer had died, peoples. You can see her right here, peoples. There she is right there. So you got people say, oh, well, you know, that's a head. Her head was cut off and that's a different body and things like that. People, you know, that is so damn stupid. It's just incredible. Because if the head was cut off, you would think that the blood would drain from the head. And if the blood is draining from the head, then the blood would be all over the body. So how could you have a body separated from the head? Because you do know that the head holds blood. You do know that, right? And so when a head is separated from the body, the head is going to bleed out. So how much time would they have to go seal up a head and put a head up on a different person's body? Why would Crown Plaza even go and do something like that, peoples? Why would Crown Plaza even go and do something like that? You know? It doesn't make no sense, people. See, when you guys want to sit up here and you guys want to talk about conspiracy theories and things, then I challenge you upon the conspiracy theory, peoples, because the things that you guys say is so stupid and it doesn't make no sense. It really doesn't make no sense. And the one thing I get sick and tired of is all of these people all the time making all of these insinuations and assumptions and conspiracy theories in this particular case and have no proof to back it up. Now, I don't have no problem when you give me your narrative, and I don't have no problem in you giving that of what you think that has happened and things, but at least have something to back up what you're saying and then make it make sense. But see, if you're just throwing stuff out there just to be throwing stuff out there and then just trying to get some clicks and views, well, then I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. Like Trey Gay on the other day. Trey Gay had went live and said that Bill Murray was at the establishment. Well, I've told you many times before that Kenneka was in the halls with Bill Murray's son. I told you that. And I said that that was captured on film. I told you that. And yes, that happens to be true. Now, whether Bill Murray was there at the establishment or not, well, the thing is simply this, peoples. The thing is this. Ghostbusters had nothing to do with the Kenneka Jenkins case. The little green monster had nothing to do with the Kenneka Jenkins case. How Ghostbusters was filmed and made and stuff had absolutely nothing to do with the Kenneka Jenkins case. Eddie Murphy had nothing to do with the Kenneka Jenkins case, and all of these other people who played in Ghostbusters had absolutely nothing to do with the Kenneka Jenkins case. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because see, in Ghostbusters, they was chasing ghosts. Kenneka was not a ghost. Kenneka was a live, living human being. Not a ghost. So Ghostbusters had absolutely nothing to do with the Kenneka Jenkins case. Peoples. And you know what's so remarkable about it, peoples, is that stupid people would believe that madness. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Really? So now they had all of these people filming at the Crown Plaza, unaliving real people and running around chasing ghosts. Really, peoples? And so where is the little green monster? Where? You don't see him, peoples. You don't see no one running around with bop guns and stuff and trying to collect ghosts. So that was the most stupidest thing that Trey Gay could have ever did in the Kenneka Jenkins case, and trying to connect Bill Murray to Kenneka Jenkins. Now, Bill Murray was at the establishment, yeah, because he has a caddy shack. He has a restaurant that is being built and things. But now, did Bill Murray have anything to do with the unalization of Kenneka Jenkins? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, peoples. Not at all. You know? And to think that all of this was to the degree to where he personally had anything is crazy. Kenneka knew a lot of different people And Kenneka was very influential. She had a lot of powerful friends. You know what I'm saying? She had a lot of powerful friends, and she knew a lot of people. And she knew the guy from the businessman's number 3 and number 4 that was in her phone. You know, you guys remember that, right? So when you want to talk about Kenneka, you got to understand Kenneka knew a lot of powerful people. But not only did Kenneka knew a lot of powerful people, but Carl Nesbitt did as well, because Carl Nesbitt worked for Bill Murray, as well as James Coleman knew a lot of powerful people, as well as TM knew a lot of powerful people. A lot of gang members and things and stuff, you know. Everybody is tied together. Everybody knew each other and whatnot. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you factor in all of these people that they knew, well, then you got to ask yourself the question: why is it that we don't see all of these powerful people up on film? Well, you do. You did in the beginning. You did, until they took everything down. And only certain people have that video footage, which I'm glad that Trey Gang is finally showing on his lives. You know, you've seen all of these powerful people at the establishment at the time to when Kenneka ended up getting killed. Peoples. Yep. You've seen all of these powerful people in the lobby in different areas and things. And yes, it was a murder mystery game. It was a ritual night, a satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. And it was the game that they play every single year around Halloween time. And September is coming up close to Halloween. You had all of these powerful players making lives. You had all of these powerful players talking up on Twitch, Reddit, Rumble, you know, all of these different things. You even had Joel Calm that said that she had a rough weekend. You heard the lady say that they were sitting there talking about the case. And that they had literally had made fun of this young lady. You heard her say that. You heard her tell Zach that. And then Zach was like, well, shit, you know, I'm not going to talk about the case no more and stuff. I'm scared to death and all like this and stuff. Everybody thought that Zach was going to solve the case. Zach didn't solve shit. Everybody thought that Trey Gang had solved the case, but Trey Gang ain't solved shit, because Trey Gang is still running around with his head between his ass. Do you understand what I'm saying? Trey Gang ain't never told you that the young lady that's in TY's live had a ring on the middle finger. Edward Joseph told you that. And not only did I told you people, I've shown you it. The young lady that sat down in TY's live on the chair had a ring on the middle finger. Trey Gang did not show you that. Trey Gang did not tell you that, but Edward Joseph did. And see, not even Casey Chloe, Overa Sanchez Medina, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man the Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q. No other YouTuber has ever told you that the young lady in TY's live had on a ring on the middle finger. The same place where Kenneka Jenkins wears her ring, peoples. Nobody has ever told you that. And we know that that wasn't Kenneka because, see, Kenneka doesn't wear her hair in braids. But you looked at the hair. I've shown you the hair of the girl in TY's live, and she had a part down the middle with 2 braids. Kenneka doesn't wear her hair like that. But this particular girl did. She wore a ring on the middle finger, and she had a parted hair going down the back and 2 ponytails. Nobody has ever shown you that, and nobody's ever told you that. That is unequivocal and undeniable. That wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. But Edward Joseph had showed you, and Edward Joseph had told you, peoples. Trey Gang never mentioned that. Trey Gang ain't never seen that. Trey Gang ain't never shown you that. And if Trey Gang goes and tried to talk about it, well, then you already know where you got it from first. You got it here. And then I have shown you the hairstyles of all of the 6 girls who played Kenneka in this case. But see, the thing is, peoples, I get it. I get what a lot of the people say. Well, you know, I just got a feeling, you know, I just know, I just this, I just that, and so on and so forth. Well, all of this and that you know, that you think, that you say and stuff really don't make me a hill of beans, because at the end of the day, you can't explain why this young lady right here doesn't have a ring on the middle finger, why she doesn't have a driver's license that was taken out in property. Why does she have her cell phone, and why doesn't she have her keys? Why is it that the only distinguishable markings that we have is the tattoos on her body and the piercing that was in her belly and the clitoral ring, peoples, that was in her vagina? She didn't wear a nose ring. She didn't have earrings. Where's the ring? And why did they take the clitoral charm from her kitty cat? And then why did they take the belly button ring? Because the instructions from the medical examiner's office was, do not move the body. That's what his instructions was. Do not move the body. But peoples, we've seen the body moved. Rosemont Public Safety Department is not a police department. And so they had no reason whatsoever to be moving that body, taking pictures of that body in that freezer. There was no yellow tape, peoples. There was no fingerprinting. There was no nothing. This was a major cover-up, and many people had died. And so with all of the YouTubers who sat around and talked about this case, well then, okay, come on back, because I got some questions for you. Hello, where is the ring? People, so I have shown you pictures of Kenneka wearing the ring on her middle finger. I have shown you pictures of Zaria Walls wearing the same type of ring, because she the one who gave it to Kenneka. Peoples, I have shown you Zaria Walls had Kenneka's name tattooed across her chest. Zaria Walls was Kenneka's best friend. You don't have a person's name tattooed across your chest unless you are really important to them. Zaria Walls was best friends with Kenneka. And Kenneka Jenkins was best friends with Zaria Walls, peoples. Unequivocal, undeniable peoples. So when you guys want to sit around here and you guys want to talk about things, I want you to understand one thing, peoples. I want you to ask yourself the question: where is the ring? Where is the ring, peoples? Where's the ring? Because nobody has ever showed you the ring. But Kenneka had the ring on the middle finger, peoples. Kenneka always wore the ring on the middle finger. And so with all of these pictures and all of these sightings and sayings and this and that and the other, peoples, you got to ask yourself the question, where is the ring? Why would Kenneka wear a ring in TY's live if she was there and not wear it while she's walking the halls of that establishment? Why? That doesn't make no sense. Why would anybody want to take off the ring and then have good old Kenneka walk the halls of that establishment without the ring? Who would even think about taking off her ring and allowing her to walk some halls of that establishment? Think about that for a moment, peoples. I just need you to think for one moment. Why would anybody would want to do that, peoples? Why would anybody want to do that, peoples? Because if she's wearing a ring, she's going to wear a ring, right? But why would she go and wear the ring and then take off the ring and walk some halls of that establishment? Why, peoples? This is the bingo to the bingo, peoples. There is the ring right there on her middle finger. That's Kenneka Jenkins. And there's the ring right there on the middle finger. Now, is that Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, or is that Kenneka Martin? Because, see, if you say that's Kenneka Jenkins, then what you're telling me is that Kenneka was in TY's live, and that was Kenneka sitting in the chair. But if that's Kenneka sitting in the chair, peoples, that doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense, because now you're saying that Kenneka was there at the establishment at the time TY's live was going on. Would that be the case? Then Kenneka could not have been deceased on the 7th, which the pictures that they had taken clearly shows, because the megadata shows that Kenneka died on the 7th. Because those pictures was taken on the 7th, because the megadata from those pictures was shown on the 7th. But that couldn't have been Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. It had to be Kenneka Martin. Because, see, peoples, the ring doesn't lie. The ring doesn't lie. And there's the ring right there. I'm showing you the ring, peoples. There is the ring right there. So if she is wearing a ring, why isn't she not wearing the ring in the freezer? Why is she not wearing the ring in the freezer, peoples? And there's Kenneka Jenkins right there. You see her hand right there, right? And there's Kenneka Jenkins' hand right there. You see her hand right there, right? And see, Kenneka cuffs her hand in the same manner. You see, in the left picture, you see Kenneka's hand. And then in the right picture, you see Kenneka's hand in the freezer, peoples. It's the same girl. Do you see that, peoples? You see that, right? Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples, but right here, Kenneka has on the ring. But in the picture, in the video, peoples, the young lady has on a ring. So, and on the same middle finger, peoples. And then what's so remarkable about it is the girl who was standing up in TY's live had on a ring on the middle finger. And so my question is, peoples, how could that be Kenneka? And then you have Kenneka sitting down in the chair when Tanasia clearly said that I'm going to give this cup to that girl over there. So how could Kenneka be Kenneka twice in a room? How, peoples? How? See, nobody can explain that, peoples. Nobody can explain that. See, I walked TY's live down many times, peoples, and I have explained that it couldn't have been Kenneka Jenkins in TY's live. And then Kenneka Jenkins standing up when Tanasia said, I'm going to give this cup over to that girl over there. So Kenneka could not have been in two places at one time because Kenneka is not omnipresent. Kenneka is not God, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, make it make sense. Make it make sense, peoples. Because the things that the people were saying forever and a day, it doesn't make no sense, peoples. So make it make sense. There's no ring on the finger. And there is no ring on the finger. So we saw both positions, and there's no ring on the finger. But there is a ring on the finger. Right there. So make it make sense. So when you listen to Trey Gay and Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina and all of these other hilarious and nefarious YouTubers, you got to make it make sense. But they can't make it make sense, peoples. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense, people. It don't make no sense. So let's go back and let's listen to what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina had said, peoples, because I want you to make it make sense. This is what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina had said, peoples. This is what she said. Trying to get the video file, people. Y'all hold on for a moment. This is the video file. This is what Casey had said.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, oh, the hotel moved her, and I kept saying, why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time. They fucked up big time. They moved, they found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
People's Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina said that the hotel effed her up. That's what she said. Okay. This is the findings, people. They said missing persons report. Found what wants you off. No trauma. Cut on foot. Exits and entrances surveillance. Motion camera activated. Mother said no to cell phone analysis. Friends received death threats. Okay, so let's tackle the last one first. Friends received death threats. Remember, Mike was the one who said that anyone who talks is the police. Why did he say that? Well, clearly, because of the simple fact that the kids knew what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, and the kids knew what happened to Kenneka Martin. Mother said no to cell phone analysis. Why? Because, see, with the cell phone, you've already had the text messages that was in Kenneka's phone. And in the text messages, Kenneka was already communicating with number 3 and number 4, which was the businessmen whom she had met. And guess who knew all about it? Teresa Martin. And guess else who knew all about it? Lenore Harris. But guess who had given it to the public? Lenore Harris. So why did Lenore Harris go and open up her big mouth about the people who Kenneka was politicking with? Because Lenore Harris knew what Kenneka was down there doing at that establishment, peoples. Motion cameras activated. Yes, motion cameras, but you never seen Kenneka, Monifa Shemaya, Irene Bree ever go and enter on an elevator. And you never seen them exit a elevator, all of them. But you did see them on really, surveillance footage in the lobby. But why is it that we never see them get on the elevator, peoples? And the only video that we see is Kenneka, or a supposed Kenneka, getting off an elevator. Why we can never see the video footage of any of these girls ever getting on an elevator? Because, peoples, if they show you that, then it will give a timestamp as to when they were there. And that's what they don't want you to know, when they were there. Oh my God, peoples, man. I got to get out of here. I'll be back. I'm gonna let this video play. I'll be back in a couple of hours. But we're gonna talk about that, peoples, because see, the thing is, if you guys don't understand or recognize by now that all of this video footage and everything was edited, the times, everything was edited to cover up a murder. I don't care what you say, peoples. I don't care what you say. But the bottom line is simply this. Doesn't matter what you say, and it really doesn't matter to me what you believe, because at the end of the day, my challenge to you is simply this. My challenge to you is simply this. These questions that I'm asking, I need you to answer. Why isn't it that we never see any video surveillance footage of any of these girls getting on an elevator? TY and everybody. You never seen none of them, none of the gang members, nobody getting on an elevator. Why? Because they did not want you to see that timestamp. Because if they showed you when they were getting on the elevator, it will show you unequivocally and undeniably when these kids were at the establishment. And that's unequivocal proof, peoples, that nobody can ever deny. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, if you just show them in the lobby and, in this area and that area, you can always manipulate that video footage because, it's so many different places that you can put them. But when you are at that elevator, that's only one place. And if whatever that timestamp says, that's what it is. You can't manipulate that, peoples, because it's only one place that you can put them. And that is at that elevator. And that's the bingo to the bingo, peoples. Because they never showed you that video footage and they played with everything else, well, then you can't pinpoint nothing in this case. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to make sense of it, peoples. There's the ring on the finger. And when I get back, I'm going to show you the ring on the finger of the girl who was in TY's live that was standing up by the door when Tanasia walked out of the bathroom and said, I'm going to give this girl over here, the one who's sitting in this chair, the cup. So if that was Kenneka sitting down and that was Kenneka standing up when Tanasia walked past her, well, then help me to make it make sense. Who is who? And which is the real Kenneka? See, you can't explain it. All right, people, so I'll be back. Blessings to you all. You got clear-cut evidence of Kenneka Jenkins in the upper level kitchen in the freezer. That goes without saying. What is the confusion? What is the confusion? Why do all of you still try to put Kenneka Jenkins everywhere else in the establishment when you can clearly see her in the freezer in the upper level kitchen? A fresh body with fresh blood, not decomposed. So what is the confusion? Hello, everybody. Okay, I am back on tonight. Peoples, this was one of my earlier lives. This was one of the times to when I literally got frustrated with the community. Because it's like, what is it that you are confused upon? Well, I was really trying to understand why people were so confused and why they still today is so confused. I mean, if you ever follow this case for any length of time, you see that the establishment was definitely working with the gang members. I mean, because, and I got to give credit to where credit is due. A couple of days ago, Trey Gang had put out this short, and it showed you how the police was there in plain clothes. And a lot of important business people were there in plain clothes. And you saw them with Jedediah and a lot of the other people in plain clothes. Well, before things started to jump off. And then you saw them in plain clothes after things had jumped off. Oh, what is that telling you? If you have a lot of these people who was at the establishment before Kenneka died, and then is at the establishment in the capacity to which they were after Kenneka died. Well, what is that telling you? You know, I think what people tend to miss is that there was many girls who played Kenneka. And that was the point that I was trying to make. Now, again, you know, you don't have to take my narrative and you don't have to believe the things that I say. And that's okay, you know. My only thing is simply this. I mean, if you ever thought that I was wrong about anything, you know, come debunk me. If you could, but you can't. I have opened up my life to a lot of people to where they can come and they can express their views and things, you know, and prove your stance. But people chooses not to, which is okay. I mean, shit, it's their prerogative. They can do whatever they want, you know. But at the end of the day, the people told you themselves that this was a reenactment. Jeffrey Piger told you that Kenneka was never shown, identified, or found on any of that 36 hours of video madness. That's what he said. So I don't know what the big stink is, you know. I don't know what Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez, Medina trying to prove. I don't know what Trey Gay trying to prove. And everybody continue to keep making lives and stuff. They're talking about everything other than Kenneka, and which I don't understand. I mean, the whole focus is Kenneka. And all of that video footage, they can't even tell you where Kenneka was. They can't pinpoint anything. In case he can make live after live after live trying to discredit people, but see, I already got Casey's script. I got the juices. I heard and understand what Casey said. And slowly but surely, I'm putting it out. So go back and watch the little short that I did on last night. It came out of Casey's lips. Casey had clearly stated it herself. And let me go back to that. Just in case many of you didn't see it. Let me share that. Because it is very important, people, you know, that you get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. Well, let me go back to my channel. Now I posted this last night. But just in case you guys didn't see it, I'm going to play both of them. And this is what she said.
A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka, all that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Because I caught him when he used to use the projector, and then he was recording it, the projection, for his live, and it caught a whole reflection. The sad part is this live is also the live that I've gotten the most views off for the lifetime of my channel. That's what's fucking pitiful. People were more interested in seeing what I had on Trade Game. He's not dumb.
My whole reason for taking it, these or pulling these anyways from something,
and he does,
is when he was trying to always act like if he was goobered.
He's actually, he was in the production industry, put it that way. He's got all this, he had all this equipment, he pawned all this shit because his ass went broke trying to get money off the Kenneka case. Y'all remember when he was collecting that $10,000? Because he made Rosemont open the case back up. This is what it is. And you are what you are. You're a scammer.
I share these with her so I can share them with y'all. But also, I don't want to be incriminated if they get passed around once I do release them. I remember which one was the long. Okay, well, all these recordings, what I did, and I finished all of it. But basically, I share these with her so I can share them with y'all. But also, I don't want to be incriminated if they get passed around once I do release them. So it's going to be little pieces like this, but at least they're in order. So you're intelligent enough. You can listen and you'll figure things out. The parts where she says, well, hypothetically, or let's say, but she's giving it like that. Basically, that's the parts where she's saying that she doesn't want to get implicated in telling what she knows. So she was going to be speaking hypothetical to me, even though it was legit. It's like some people can be so dumb, and what it is one of his minions. They don't like me, and I know they don't like me because they don't like the way I believe. And I thought the man really believed that Kenneka was alive and everything else, and he sent a link to me today, and I went to listen to it, and it's not on YouTube, it's on the internet or whatever, but it was him, and he was doing a live. The man does really believe that Kenneka was killed, and all this and that. I don't know what his angle is at going out these sideways things with it, but he really does believe it. Why would they go to a hotel for that, though? That's weird.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont.
If you give a little more,
God damn, they got me fucked up.
and if you try,
She told me how she died, or where that she doesn't know the who or the why,
if you're the kind
but
who takes the time to help us
the hotel
bring
fucked
the
up.
rain.
Everybody kept saying, oh, the hotel moved her, and I kept saying, why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time. They fucked up big time. They found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
Okay, peoples. And so, how direct can you be, peoples? How direct can you be? I've literally gave you the inside scoop of what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina had said. You heard it with her own lips. You heard it. You heard what she said. Why did they go to the hotel? And that the hotel had fucked her up. She said it. So what more do I need to prove to you peoples that Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina is an op? You know, she's been hired by the Crown Plaza Hotel to go ahead and spin a narrative in things to try to take the focus off them. She made all of these groups up on Facebook to try to steer the people wrong. And so the thing is, peoples, you know, I really don't understand why people get so bent out of shape about this case, or get to the point to where they act like they don't know or understand, when I have clearly been showing you forever and a day, over and over and over again, what has been going on. You know, see, the difference between me and a lot of these content creators, peoples, is that I show you my proof and I show you my truth. Now, you can take it however you want. You can believe it. You don't have to believe it. I mean, it really doesn't make me no difference one way or the other. But at the end of the day, I mean, what more can you say? You know? Really, what more can you say? And that's the thing that I ask the people. Why is it everybody so up in arms when you don't need to be so up in arms, when the evidence is clearly in your face? Clearly. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I can see if I was just sitting here every single day, just saying a whole lot of stuff without showing you why I am saying it. And I'm showing you why I am saying the various things that I'm saying. And I explain it in great detail so you can get a understanding. Peoples, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure all of this stuff out. You can clearly see for yourself. The establishment was the one who had clearly taken out Kenneka. They were the ones who taken out Kenneka. The gangs didn't kill her. It was the establishment. Carl Nesbitt himself, who worked for Bill Murray in the Caddyshack. He worked for him. Why was Bill Murray and all of these other high-powered people there at the establishment? Well, it's just like I've been telling you forever and a day. It was a murder mystery night. a satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. It was the game that they played peoples, and it was a game that has always been played forever and a day. Now, I am going to be talking about this case that pretty much all of you have seen play out, and it was called Jennifer Hudson's story. You guys remember Jennifer Hudson, right? You do remember Jennifer Hudson, right? You know, and you remember with the Jennifer Hudson story that her family had ended up getting killed, and this gentleman ended up getting accused for killing these people. Now, little young buck ended up getting killed. I mean, it ended up getting convicted for 3 murders. Young fella, I think was not even no more than about 18 years old or something. Now, I don't know too much about the story. I was just hearing from what was told to me and things. And I'm saying to myself, well, why would a young fella who supposedly had threatened Jennifer Hudson, supposedly, kill her family, 3 members of her family, her mom and some other people and things, and then come back to the house with her and sit down and, all like this and stuff. And so I'm kind of like, this shit doesn't make no sense to me. Now, see, I love mystery games like this because this is a game that the powers that be had played. And this is no different than Kenneka Jenkins because, again, it was a sacrificial lamb. And Kenneka and these other girls were sacrificial lambs. They were sacrificed, just like Bill Cosby, members of his family was killed. And other Hollywood stars, members of their family was killed. And I'm going to talk about it, people. So I'm talking about it. I'm going through and really doing my research and, bringing myself up to speed and looking up some content and stuff so I can put together and things and, bring this and talk about it because we need to bring awareness to this. Now, will it make a difference in the case? Well, I mean, the boy is already convicted and he has 3 life sentences. So I don't think that us talking about it is ever going to change his case. But it is to the degree to where I can bring awareness to it and let the people see for themselves, and let you be able to express your opinion about it. As well as I do with the Kenneka Jenkins case. It's a whole new case that you guys can come on and you guys can tell us what you think and whatnot. But I was so intrigued because I'm listening to this. I'm kind of like, well, this young fella is going to kill 3 members of her family. And then he's going to get convicted of 3 murders and get 3 life sentences and stuff. And then after the murders, it's just amazing how Jennifer Hudson, how she just blew up. She get a talk show host, and then, she start making music, and all of these wonderful things start happening to her and stuff. But see, the thing is, you sell yourself to the devil, and then when you sell yourself to the devil, and you lose the various precious things that's close to you, well, then those powers that be help you blow up. I mean, case in point, there are so many Hollywood stars that I can talk about that didn't sell themselves to the devil, and then they literally didn't get promoted. They got ousted, and they went by the wayside and stuff. And so that's just how it is in society. That's just how it is in this life and things. And if you stand up for some good, well, then good doesn't tend to follow you. But see, the thing is simply this, peoples. If you stand up for the right reasons, and if you have God behind you, you ain't got to worry about nothing. Because see, the thing is, the Lord will allow you to get a taste of all of that stuff and things, but then he will take you out of it to put you somewhere else that's a whole lot better for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so people, you know, this is what I say, you know, don't worry about whatever may be going on in your life and things. It just may not be going right for you right now, but it's okay because God got something better for you. But see, never compromise. Don't sell yourself to the devil. Don't you dare turn away from and do all of this demonic madness just to try to get some type of appeal from the people. Let the people do what they do and things, you know. Hey, that's not you. You go and you live a good, wholesome life and stuff and do the right thing, because goodness will always follow you. But see, it just amazes me how these people do not have a conscience. And I was really shocked in Jennifer Hudson, because I'm kind of like, wow. You know, I was just really shocked, totally shocked to hear this and stuff. Now, I never followed the case. You know, I didn't know anything about, I just knew that, you know, some family members of hers had died and, you know, things of that nature. But I really didn't follow the case and things. But one of my moderators was bringing it to my attention today and stuff. Now, see, I don't look at everything, people. So I don't look at Hollywood. I don't follow a lot of the stuff that you guys follow and stuff. So, you know, I know you guys say, God, Lee, you must live sheltered life or live in a box and stuff. Well, I just don't watch the things that you guys watch. It's just that simple. I mean, you know, I live a good, wholesome life. I do what I do, you know, and I don't get tangled up into this Hollywood madness. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, I watch what I watch and stuff. I like what I like. I do what I do. And just because I don't tend to watch a lot of stuff up on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or being everybody else's business, well, then that don't mean that I don't live a good, wholesome life. I mean, shit, I just don't watch all of that stuff. You know, I don't have an interest in it until I hear about something that, you know, may tickle my ears and stuff, and then I'll look at it. But other than that, you know, I don't look at YouTube, Instagram, the news, and stuff like that on a daily basis to try to see what's going on in this world. You know, I just try to just look at movies and look at cartoons or do whatever and stuff, you know. But that's just me. That's just my life. So if you do that, then, you know, more power to you on things. But that's just one of the cases that I'm going to be talking about. There's another case that is in the headlines and stuff that I'm going to be talking about as well. And I'm sure that you guys probably have already seen it. It's this guy who had killed this young lady, took her to his house and killed her. Now, why she left her phone and keys and everything and left her car and stuff and got into the car with him and then went to his house and whatnot and ended up, well, I'm sure that they probably had sex, because according to the testimony, they heard some moaning and groaning and things like that. So they know something, and they knew that this person had to be a serial killer. You know, the family knew a lot more than what they proclaimed that they did and things. And I'm going to talk about that, but they got his ass. They got him. And because he's a Mexican fella, boy, those people in prison, they're going to whoop his ass big time. They are. They're going to get him. Somebody's going to get him. You know, if the black people don't get him, the Mexicans don't get him. But I don't think that anybody's going to protect him and stuff. But somebody's going to get him. And I'll be surprised if he be able to live long. They may let him live to the degree to where, you know, he gets convicted and stuff. But yeah, his life is over with. And so somebody's going to get him. Somebody. But it's a serial killer that lived amongst the people. And I couldn't help but to listen to his neighbor and things and how he was talking and he was expressing his feelings and stuff. And man, my heart went out for him. You just don't know who you are living by. You see what I'm saying? It's really amazing, people. This life, man, this shit is crazy out here, and you have to be very, very careful because you don't know who you're living by. You don't know what people motives is and things. So you have to be very cautious. You have to be very careful. You know? See, I don't let everybody into my inner circle. I don't let everybody get close to me and stuff. But if I let you in my inner circle, well, then that means I'm trusting you. You see what I'm saying? I have enough confidence and trust in you. But even when I let some people in my inner circle, they still turned on me. And so, like God, they didn't do no harm, but God removed them for a reason. And so I just looked at my hands to say, thank you, Jesus, you know, goodbye. And you know, people, I wanted to say this and stuff. I mean, every last one of us go through things in life and all, you know, we have things that it is said and done and whatnot. But to hold a grudge against people is just unconscionable to me. I don't hold grudges against people. I say I'm just too transparent. I just say what I need to say and then I'll be done with. You know, we can agree to disagree. We can get mad at each other and stuff and, you know, whatever. But then after that, I mean, hey, you know, I'm not mad at you. I'm not holding nothing up against you. I don't do that. I don't live that type of way. But some of you, boy, y'all get into a disagreement or argument or whatever, and then y'all just totally change. Totally change. Y'all, you know, and then there's some people who hold grudges against you forever. But I'm not that type of person. You know, I can't be that type of person. But see, I don't let it bother me. I just move on, you know. I got a lot of people who's mad at me today. Got a lot of people who don't talk to me today. You know, got a lot of people who all of this, not and the other, for one reason or another. But then, you know what I say? I say more power to you because you're not speaking to me. It doesn't bother me one bit. You know, it just shows me how a lack of character you have. You see what I'm saying? See, I tell people all the time, and until it happens to them, then they don't tend to take me serious. Now, I don't get pissed off easily. But when I am pissed off, I say what I need to say, and then I tell you, and then I'll let it go. But some of you hold that to you know, forever and a day in things. And then y'all just switch up and change everything and whatnot. But that's okay. You know, it is fine with me, you know, because at the end of the day, whether we talk or whether we don't, you know, I'm still going to be me, and I'm still going to do what I do. You know, I don't hold grudges against people. You know, now I've noticed some changes that had gone on and stuff, and I get it because see, I'm a very observant person. So I've noticed how when you don't speak to one person, then everybody else, you know, tends to feel some type of way. And then they change how they do things and whatnot. You know, they don't want to talk to you. And then they want to come up with an excuse. Oh, well, you know, I've been busy or, you know, this, not the other. Nah, that's bullshit. You ain't been busy. You know, see, one way or the other, I know that you're talking to the person who's not talking to me. And then you're feeling some type of way towards me. I mean, it shows. So you can save all of the bullshit and madness and stuff. I mean, you know, it is what it is. You know, I get it, and people do that and stuff. You know, they feel that they need to stand in solidarity with the person who is not talking with me. So then they change their behaviors and, you know, they go in and stop talking and doing all that stuff. Well, you know what I tell them? I say that bullshit is hollow, but you know, do what you do. Do what you do. Because I really don't care. It doesn't bother me one bit. You know. My main goal is to run my life. Run my life the way that I see fit. Whether the people like it or not, whether the people agree with it or not. Run my life. And that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the various things that I love to do. Whether you're around, whether you talk, whether you don't. Because at the end of the day, it's always going to be people out there who is going to fill those shoes, so to speak. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, this is why I'll never get dependent upon people to do anything for me or try to do anything with me. Because people can be so hollow. You know, you have an argument, you have a disagreement, you have whatever and stuff. Now they feel like it's totally the end in things. But it's okay, you know, because at the end of the day, I know you'll be back. You know. And then the people who stand in solidarity with them, I know they'll be back too. You understand what I'm saying? See, I can admit when I'm wrong, and I don't have a problem with apologizing. But if I'm not wrong, and I feel slighted or I feel offended, I'm going to stand up for myself. And I'm going to speak what I need to speak. And if that bothers you or hurts you and stuff, okay, well, then that's fine. You know, we ain't got to talk for a moment and things, but just know that I don't have nothing in my heart up against you. You know, it's just the things that you said offended me. And you need to be very careful about the things that you say, because see, when you offend me, well then, you know, I retaliate and I'll offend you. I don't offend you on purpose. But, you know, I do understand that at times there's misunderstandings and disagreements and whatnot and stuff. But, you know, it is what it is. And that's just a part of life. But you got to get over that. Everybody gets offended every day and stuff. But you got to learn how to get over it. But see, the thing is simply this, peoples, you know. I'm always going to stand up for what I believe, what I was taught, and what I was raised. I'm going to defend that with everything within me. You know, now I'm gonna be a beast with it in things, because see, when you say things and stuff, and it may be intentional, it may be unintentional, but see, when you say things and it resonates to the degree to where this is what my mama has done or said or believed, and you tap into that, and then you try to make it so that that's invalid, well then yeah, you have literally stepped up on my back, you stepped up on my toes, and I'm gonna tell you something, and I don't give two rat's asses if I offend you or not, because now you offended me in a major way, and I'm gonna tell you. See, that rarely happens, but it does happen at times. People's rarely happens, but it does happen at times, and I'm just one to just be brutally honest with you. I'm a Libra. That people say that scales is unbalanced and things and stuff. Well, it doesn't matter if it's unbalanced or not. Libras are the most loving, kind people, but we do have a mouth up on us, and we do have an attitude. And we will tell you where to go and what to do, and won't even give a second thought behind it once we have said it or did it. Never went across the Libra. But on the same token, Libras are very loving and kind, considerate, thoughtful, generous. And we love with a fault. We have a good heart. And we don't hold grudges. Some people think that we do, but we don't. We don't. A lot of people say, well, you say you don't hold a grudge, but you're constantly talking about Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina, and all like that and stuff. Well, it's not a grudge, people, but I can say that, if you want to ever take it to a certain level, Libras will always remind you of the shit that you have done, especially if you piss them off. It ain't holding a grudge. It's just giving back to them what they gave to you. Now, she did it for an extended period of time, and she's continued to keep doing it to other people. So now Libras are justice, because we're the scale, we're the scale of justice. So I will render justice for myself, as well as I will render justice or help render justice for someone else. And so if that means tearing them down to the degree and making them change their behaviors, well, then yes, I will do that. I will assist in doing that. And right now, Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina, that bitch, she's going to learn. She's going to learn. And she's learning. She's learning. Because, see, I'm just the one who can stand up to her and can give her a taste of her own medicine, because she's got that bad. These internet bullies and stuff, these people all the time wants to use the internet, make videos and stuff to try to dox people and try to bring people down and so on and so forth. Well, I really don't give two fucks, because see, Ransom News, Casey Cloy, Vera Sanchez Medina, those are the main two people who's on my radar. And Ransom News, I'm developing more information about him, and I'm going to take his ass down too. But Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina, see, I'm doing it strategically, peoples, because see, the thing is, I'm doing the various things that she has done to me and in others and still doing. And see, she wants to try to pride herself on truth and justice, but the bitch is only lying to herself. See, you know, you can come up with a persona and try to make the people believe that you're a truth and justice, and you want to try to point out lies what other people say. But if you're going to be about truth and justice, people, be about truth and justice. Be transparent. Be for real. And be honest. And don't try to fake and shake, because see, it's going to be people like me that's going to take your own words and going to call you out to the carpet for the bullshit and the madness that you do. And then if anybody else wants to get into the crossfire, well, then come on, be my guest. But if this shit ain't pertaining to you, then just shut the fuck up and stay out the way. And then that way you won't be drawn into anything that is being done. And I'm glad that people are being silent, because now people are learning. Now, as I have shown you, and I have been showing you, and it's be effective, because now she's getting irritated. She's getting irritated with me because I'm constantly putting the truth out about her. Constantly. Every time you look around, I'm making a post about her. And I'm glad that she keeps going live, because she keeps giving me ammunition to keep coming back to her and keep coming back at her. See, she wants to try to play up on a vulnerable and weak, but I'm not vulnerable, and I'm definitely not weak. And she thought that she was going to shut me down in this Kenneka Jenkins case, but the bitch had to learn that, hey, you poked the wrong bear. You messed with the wrong person. And I was the one who got her off the Kenneka Jenkins case. I was the one who made her get rid of her channel and change her channel. Because that of what I showed you about Trade Game, that was her old channel. But now she comes with a new channel. But now she wants to come back up on the Kenneka Jenkins case, and now she wants to go and try to focus her time and attention upon Trey Gay. Well, I'm not here to try to defend Trey Gay, but I am here to do the very same things that she's trying to do. And that is bring validity to stupidity and tell the truth about what was said. And this is what she said. I don't need to fake and shake. I don't need to make anything up and stuff. All I have to do is just show you what she said. So when she wants to go here and try to point out all of the lies and stuff within people's, I am the truth bearer and I am the truth teller. And I'm only going to go and I'm only going to show the people what you said. And this is what she said. And she's getting irritated behind that because, see, Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina is an op. She worked with the Crown Plaza to put out this false narrative. Now, see, when you can't stand up and defend yourself, now you want to go and try to do personal attacks. But all of the personal attacks that she tries to do up against me, it really doesn't bother me, peoples, now. You know, because see, I can strike back too with personal attacks. But she ain't been doing that now. Now she's been trying to ignore me. But you can already tell it's getting to her, because when she goes live, she speaks in the third sense. You know, she's talking about me instead of saying my name. But she's getting irritated because she keeps talking about all of these YouTubers and all of the lies that they're putting out. Well, who is putting out lies? I'm just showing you what the people said. That's it. And it's amazing how everybody wants to go by a timeline and things, but then you know, you go back and you look back at the earlier videos that she did and stuff. She's just another trade game. Put a spin to everything. She still haven't. She told us what happened to Kenneka, because what I just played to you, she said that Kenneka got killed. And why did they do it at the establishment? Well, I've been telling you for the longest time why they did it at the establishment. But nobody wanted to believe me. But if you just filter through the rhetoric and the noise and listen and look at what I'm showing you, then I'm telling you something. Stop focusing upon this fake girl that's walking the halls of that establishment, because it ain't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. If it was ever Kenneka Jenkins, well, then Jeffrey Feiger would have said such. But it ain't Kenneka Jenkins. So that's why I don't even worry when people say that that's Kenneka and all like this and that and the other. This is why I played back this old live, because I was getting irritated with the people who keeps trying to project this girl as Kenneka, and it wasn't Kenneka. How stupid can you get? When are you ever going to learn? And so when you come onto my panel and then you want to try to talk to me and then tell me what you think I don't know, well then, you know, now whatever I give you is what I give you. So I was irritated in this live, people. I admit, when I did this whole live, I was irritated. It's irritated to the degree, but this was one of my old lives and things. So, you know, but I'm up for justice, peoples. I'm up for justice. And justice can be in many different ways, shapes, and forms and stuff. And until the people can clearly understand that the gang members did what they did, but the establishment did what they did. And as long as the establishment continued to keep sitting back and watching and laughing at you because they had gotten away with murder, well, then who's the stupid one? It ain't them, it's you. It ain't them, it's you. And so when is the people ever going to wake up and smell the coffee and understand that? And Casey told you that herself. It wasn't the gang members. The gang members did what they did to Kenneka, but then they left her for dead. But the one who had took her out here was the one who carried her. And that was Carl Nesbitt. Carl Nesbitt. And this is one of the reasons why all of these other gang members end up getting killed, because, you know, karma is a bitch. You know, the Bible teaches us you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So when you do all of these deviant, devilish, and demonic things to people, well, then don't think that you're going to have a good, wholesome life, that you're going to sit back and relax and, you know, do whatever and stuff. No, you're going to have to pay the price for your sins. And that's what it is, people. That's exactly what it is. It's unfortunate, but true. And so all of the things that happened to these people in this case, well, then they got their juice, just desserts. And it's still coming to this very day. You're thinking that people is living a good, wholesome life? No, people. These people are tormented. Things is happening, and it will continue to happen. Because if it didn't happen, well, then God's words will return unto him void. But he said, my word will not return unto me void. Whatso a man soweth, that shall he also reap. So all of those people who did any deviant, devilish, and demonic deed is going to have to reap the various things that they sown. Every last one of them. In whatever shape, form, or another, all of these people are reaping their harvest. Every last one of them. Now, do I take joy in that? No, I don't. I don't, because I don't like to see people suffer. But you suffer because of you. It ain't you suffering because of me, because I ain't did nothing to you. You know, what these people did to these people in this particular case, they did that. I didn't. That's what you need to understand. I didn't. I'm just here to only talk about it. Now, one of two things is going to happen, people. See, either the time stamp on the video footage is correct or it's not, because you can't pinpoint anything if the time is wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then all of the pictures and things that's in this video and stuff, you know, you can't pinpoint anything if all of that is wrong. And so my question is still simply this, to this day, out of all of this 36 hours of video madness that everybody, all of these content creators, Trey Gay, Casey Coyle, Vera Sanchez Medina, and all of the other content creators that ever talked about this case, Leave No Witness and Lord Footage and all like these people and stuff, who have this 36 hours of video madness, well then, my question is simply this. Just ask them a question, people, because I've still been waiting for these results. When did we ever see Kenneka, or the fake Kenneka, Shemaya, Bree, Irene, T.Y., Tanasia, and crew, or anybody get on a elevator? We've never seen it. All we see is them coming in the main lobby. All we see a fake girl who name is Kenneka is supposed to have been getting off an elevator, but we never seen her get on a elevator. We never seen T.Y. crew get on a elevator. We never seen the gangsters get on a elevator. We never seen nobody get on a elevator. Why is it that all of this video footage, even the girls, even all of the gangsters that had came to the establishment, why is it that the only video footage by the elevator and people are peeking off the elevator is Shemaya and the guy in the cone head, and then the guy in the pink suit and stuff, and then the guy who was supposed to be following this fake Kenneka? Why isn't it that we never see all of these people gather by the elevator or get on an elevator? All of this 36 hours of video madness, and you never, ever seen anybody get on an elevator. None of these gang members. No Kenneka, no Shemaya, no Bree, no Irene, no T.Y. and crew, no Tanasia and crew, no other gang members. No Man and Mike and Peas and Killer. Nobody. Why is that, peoples? That is so significant. Why is that, peoples? And I'm the only one that has ever asked that question in this particular case. Why is it that we never see none of them? Now we see all of the people, you know, everybody talks around it, but nobody talks to it. Everybody, they can show you every conceivable picture or clip in the establishment and somebody's there and they're giving you this dun 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 dun. Kenneka's here, TY is here, Shemaya is here, Monifa is here, Breebury is here, and then so on and so forth. But they can never show you not one piece of video of them going to the elevator and getting on the elevator. Why is that? Where's the video footage of the kids going over there by the pool area? Where's the video footage of them being over in the dock area? See, people see, you know, and this is the things that I'm saying. You know, these kids are supposed to have been all over the establishment, but all over the establishment, there's only certain areas to where they show you the kids. And then everybody's got a narrative as to what is supposed to have happened in these particular areas. But they never, ever, ever show you any kid, any person getting on an elevator, gathered by the elevator and getting on the elevator. But they'll show you Irene and Monifa, Shemaya, Breebury and stuff exiting the front desk, front lobby and stuff, or walking some halls, or you know, whatever and stuff, but they can never show you the kids getting on an elevator, or they can never show you this so-called Kenneka in any other area in that video footage. Out of all of that video footage, this fake Kenneka is only on the video footage at least 6 times, 6 clips. That's it. 6 clips. And then she's supposed to walk herself into a freezer. And then that's it. And now here comes the conspiracy theories. Oh, well, she was never at the establishment. Or she was over here, she was over there. I mean, you know, as much as the so-called Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina, as much as she's been talking and as much as she's proclaimed that she's got all of the video footage and this and that and the other, well, I haven't seen anything different than what was already out there. I do know she has some good insight and stuff because she was a part of the establishment. She talked with the people, and her in the establishment made a pact to put the narrative out there. That's why I have exposed her to the degree. I got the proof because I got her conversations and I played a little bit of it. And you heard what she said in her narrative, that you can't say nothing because they wanted to interview her. But instead of she being interviewed, they interviewed 54 Keys. But 54 Keys didn't know shit. Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina did. And why did she know shit? Because some of her family members was totally a part of this whole Kenneka Jenkins caper. I got proof. Unequivocal and undeniable proof. Casey is a part of this shit. Whole part of this grand scheme. That's why she fights so hard to try to spin the narrative. But see, she can't spin it because I got the proof. And slowly but surely, I'm taking her down. Slowly but surely. Just be patient, peoples. You know, just be patient. I'm putting it out there, little by little, little by little, little by little. Because see, the thing is that Casey cannot debunk me. That's why she has to only The only way that Casey can fight me is personal attacks. But even with the personal attacks, it doesn't bother me one bit. Because if you notice it or not, she's never used any of my video footage to try to debunk me. She's all the time using Leave No Witness, Trey Gay, or people like that. She'll never use any of my video footage to try to debunk me. And the reason why, because she can't. Not even Trey Gay, he can't. Leave No Witness, he can't. None of these YouTubers. If you notice it or not, peoples, out of all of the videos that you guys have ever watched on everybody's channel, no one has ever taken any of my video footage and tried to debunk me. You know why? Because they can't. That's exactly why. That's exactly why. So I'm glad that they have the makeshift beef up against them and stuff. And, you know, they keep posting all of these videos and stuff. I'm just sitting back recording. I'm just sitting back collecting evidence and stuff. And I'm just sitting back and going to use all of that goodness up against them. And I'm just going to keep making these little shorts and things and stuff. See, I've learned the technique, peoples. I've learned how to do it. Use their own words up against them. You know? So when they want to come and try to belittle people and dox people and talk about people and stuff, well then, I just use what they use up against them and shut them up once and for all. Irritate them to the degree that I know I can. And I do. I irritate them all the time. You know? So that's what it is, people. So I decided to go back into the archives and pull the rabbit out the hat and come and post a live and things and stuff to give you a little taste as to what was said and what was done back in the day and things. And I hope you guys enjoy the live, because I know I enjoy all of my lives and things. And I greatly appreciate all of you guys for hanging in there and liking the channel and subscribing to the channel. You guys are keeping me in the algorithm, and I greatly appreciate all of that. That's a beautiful thing, people. It's a beautiful thing. You know, it's a beautiful thing. So, peoples, you guys get your Ethiopian coffee. You guys be blessed. Get your rest and sit here and we're gonna play this live on tonight, peoples. So we're gonna play this live on tonight. Is that all right, peoples? All right. I see my peoples came in. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Carly Henry has says, greetings, Edward Joseph and everyone. And so, peoples, you know, again, like I say, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and watching Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live and keeping me on the algorithm and hitting that like button. Now, if you guys can do something for me, and each and every one of you can do it, hype my channel. There's a new thing that YouTube got going out. It's called hype. So I don't know how you do it, but I know you can do it. You know, you guys, when you go to my homepage or something, it's a button on there when you watch the videos. Hype those videos. However you do it, you know, just do it. Hype those videos and get my stuff out there. Is that all right? Every last one of you can do it. It doesn't take that much effort. I just learned of this tonight. One of the people had told me about it, and they ended up saying that this said that they hyped my video and stuff. So I know if they can do it, you can do it as well. So hype my videos, peoples. You know, if you don't mind. Now, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. You know, I mean, you know, it's no problem. Hey, you know, it's no problem. If you don't want to support, that's fine. It is no problem. I'm not going to lose no sleep behind you, peoples. All I can do is ask. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so again, peoples, this is a replay, and I hope you guys enjoyed your day. But we're going to get into this on tonight. Let's go. You guys got to understand there's other girls who died playing Kenneka Jenkins. I don't understand. What is the confusion?
Okay, am I there? Okay, there. Thank you, there.
So help me to understand what's the confusion.
Who's he talking to?
I don't understand what's the confusion. Why do everybody still try to put Kenneka Jenkins somewhere where she's never been? Kenneka Jenkins is only in the upper level kitchen, in the freezer. That goes without saying. Unequivocal, undeniable. She never was in a lower level freezer. She never was moved in the lower level freezer. If she was moved after they took the pictures, but not before.
Thank you.
She wasn't killed in a lower level freezer and then taken up to an upper level freezer and then taking the pictures and stuff. That didn't happen. It didn't happen because of the simple fact that you got to make this make sense. The pictures are fresh. Let's take a look at the pictures again. The pictures are fresh. Fresh. I hope people get that through their thick skull. The pictures are fresh. Look how fresh it is.
That's blood on her foot. Yeah.
It's fresh blood. It's not
My
the blood
foot
is
look
not
like
coagulated.
that. My own foot. My foot has looked like that. That is fresh blood. That just happened. Even that by her ankle, like right before the on her ankle. I've scraped myself on my ankle and on my foot like that. That is fresh blood. That's a fresh foot. It don't even look like the pictures they took. I mean, like, you know what I mean? You know how you compared the pictures, Mr. Edward, that one time? Where it's more yellow at the bottom of her foot? Right here? That's a fresh foot.
Yeah, because she just got killed.
Yeah, that's what I said before. That happened right after. Like literally right after. Because that's happened to my own foot. My own foot. Babe, look at this foot.
Yeah, so that shows you unequivocally, undeniably, Kenneka Jenkins was in the upper level kitchen, and she died, and they taken those pictures almost immediately.
I think he thinks I'm confused between Martin and Junior.
So now, Kenneka Martin, we don't know where she is, where they dragged her to, or whatever. We don't even know if that was her in the lower level kitchen, in the freezer.
No.
We don't know. The guy is just calling out. Remember, everybody's Kenneka, because even when the girl that they had sent to Island Girl for the autopsy and stuff, that wasn't Kenneka. Kenneka Jenkins was cremated. The girl in the casket is not Kenneka Jenkins. So who in the hell did they send?
because that's happened to my own foot. Mm-hmm. My own foot.
Who in the hell did they send for autopsy?
There's two or three people here. You know, not saying shit. I'm the one talking to him.
So that's what I'm saying. Who in the world did they send for the autopsy?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes down to Kenneka Martin, we know Kenneka Martin died with a knife wound to the neck. Now, what happened to her body after that, we don't have no clue. We cannot say unequivocally and undeniably that she was the one in the lower level freezer. We don't know that. It ain't no evidence of that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was originally saying.
Yeah, it ain't no evidence of that. It can be the girl who Man had commandeered. It can be the girl who walked herself in the trajectory of the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't know.
No, we don't.
We don't know because everybody's saying, well, Kenneka Jenkins was in the lower level freezer. Well, prove it to me.
Ain't no one
Kenneka Jenkins was never in the lower level freezer.
You already know ain't no one gonna come up here and do that.
No,
Ain't no one gonna do that.
She was cremated.
Yeah.
Kenneka Jenkins was cremated. Kenneka Martin, we don't have absolutely no clue what they did with her body.
And also, they deleted Kenneka Jenkins' Facebook. All there was Kenneka Martin, and that's the one with the damn remembrance page. You ain't gonna find nothing on Kenneka Jenkins. You're gonna find only Kenneka Martin. You ain't finding it.
Latavia, did you want to come on the panel, ma'am? Come on to the panel. Click on the
What page is she on, Mr. Elwer?
She's on the Facebook. Click on the link right here and come on to the panel.
Is that her cousin?
Huh?
Is that the one that's her cousin?
Who?
Latavia, whoever you're inviting.
No. This is one of my Facebookers.
Okay. Because I like to know.
You talking about Latoya?
Okay. We've talked about them all. I don't know. Hey, these people.
So see, I've already debunked the myth when people say that Kenneka was in the lower level kitchen. Kenneka Jenkins ain't never been in the lower level kitchen. She ain't never been in the lower level kitchen. And if she was, she been in there after she died and after they take these pictures. But she was never killed in the lower level kitchen. And she was never in the lower level kitchen at the time of her death. Now, they may have transported her body later on, but not at the time of her death.
Well, Teresa Martin only reported Kenneka Jenkins. She didn't report Kenneka Martin.
Well, there's no reason for her to report Kenneka Martin.
Right?
It was no reason for her to report Kenneka Martin. They killed two birds.
Yeah.
But see, what they did was they went and changed the name because you got Kenneka Jenkins on the obituary, but you got Kenneka Martin online.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's the whole thing I was saying.
I know. You got Kenneka Jenkins on the obituary. You got Kenneka Martin online. And notice how they changed that. They did that sli-fi.
And whoever if you pull up any Kenneka, it's only gonna be Kenneka Jenkins. Ain't gonna be no damn Kenneka Martin. You ain't gonna if you pull up Kenneka Martin, you ain't find nothing on Kenneka Martin. You gonna find only Kenneka Jenkins.
Remember, Kenneka
Even
Martin
though on
was
Facebook,
the one who had
you're
the
gonna find a
baby.
memory page for Kenneka Martin.
Remember,
I already
Kenneka.
been through it. I already done.
Remember, Kenneka
Yeah.
Martin was the one who had the child.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Teresa Martin got on here talking about, well, you're going to leave us. We have to worry about how to bury them, and then we have to take care of the children. You leave them motherless and fatherless.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think she's talking about? Kenneka Martin, because Kenneka Jenkins never had a child.
Exactly. Even though she's promoting Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin has the memory page, everybody's making money for Kenneka Jenkins because Kenneka Jenkins had the kids and all that stupid shit. Which is why
she got paid for both of their organs.
Yeah, I know it, Mr. Edward. I know it.
Yeah, she got paid for both of their organs.
Talking about them in the same sentence is very frustrating and confusing because you're gonna mix up and say Martin and Jenkins. But if you look, everybody's doing J for K, Kenneka Jenkins. But if you go on Facebook, you're only gonna find Kenneka Martin. And that's exactly who she reported. It didn't say no, the missing report said Kenneka Jenkins, not Kenneka Martin. It was Kenneka Jenkins. Shit. Those are two different people.
Right.
It's like you're not going to find.
Kenneka Jenkins never.
Everybody's been having problems finding anything on Kenneka Jenkins. You're just not going to find it.
Because they scrubbed her.
You're breaking.
They scrubbed her. I don't know why it's just such a hard time for people to understand some things. I really don't understand that. I sat back and I've listened to these people and stuff, and they just go on and, oh, well, we.
Oh, yeah, that's the side. Everybody make me mix up with these two damn last names. Gee, how come I can't hear him? Oh, this damn helicopters. Mr. Eric, I got helicopter. I got all these damn helicopters. I can hear you now.
You are right, Latavia. Everything is coming to light.
Is she on?
She's on Facebook, but she's at work.
Shit.
You're absolutely right. Everything is coming to the light, and I'm making it come to the light. And I'm going to continue to keep saying what I'm saying because the people need to get it. The people need to understand. And I'm going to keep saying it until they get it. I'm going to keep saying it until they get it, and I'm going to keep saying it until they get it. Because they need to get it.
Am I still on your thing, Mr. Edward? Oh yeah, I can see it. I'm on a different. Never mind. Go ahead. I'm trying to be quiet and.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm going to keep saying it until the people get it.
Oh yeah.
And they're getting it. Because, see, the more that I keep talking about it, the more that is emboldening the people to talk about it. But I don't know why people are so confused. I mean, you clearly see the girl with a stab wound in the neck. She said, I'm going to give this to this girl. So if she got commandeered, as I shown you the video the other day, then help me to make this make sense. If she got commandeered, how could she walk the halls of that establishment? What did you guys think that the guy is just sitting down there for his health and strength? He comes in a all black outfit. He's waiting in the hall. He sees this girl and then he runs up on her. You know she's gone. The next girl has to take over and walk the halls because she's gone.
Right. That don't even make no kind of sense at all.
But if that was Kenneka Jenkins, as these people proclaim, then help me to make this make sense. He waits, he commandeers her and whatnot. When did they take the pictures of her after he commandeered her? When did they take the pictures? That's the question. When did they take the pictures? Because Kenneka Jenkins' body is fresh. So you can't say that she's been dead for 2, 3 hours, 5 hours or whatever. You can't say that because ain't no wound that's going to be looking that fresh, be looking like that after 3 to 5 hours. It's just not going to happen, peoples. It's just not going to happen. So that's what I say. When you talk about this case, you got to reference everything. When it comes down to Kenneka Jenkins, you got to reference it with the freezer picture photos because those ain't changing. You got to reference with the freezer picture photos. So I don't care what your narrative may be. I don't care what your feelings may be. I don't care what your thought pattern may be. If it doesn't coincide with the freezer photo pictures, then it don't make no sense. And it cannot be. It can't be, peoples. So we already know that couldn't have been Kenneka Jenkins getting off the elevator.
Right.
We know that could not have been Kenneka Jenkins in the hall. We know that could not be Kenneka Jenkins walking in the so-called freezer.
It's my first.
We know that could not have been Kenneka Jenkins because she was never there on the night. So see, the thing is what I'm trying to say, 82, and this is what I'm trying to get across to the people. If you say Kenneka Jenkins died on the night, then you got to make sense of the statement that the family made. Then you got to make sense of the pictures that I have shown you. You got to make sense of three things. You got to make sense of the statement of the family, what they made. You got to make sense of the pictures. And you got to make sense of the time. That's what you got to make sense of. So if you want to put Kenneka Jenkins on the night, make sense of the freezer picture. Make sense of the statement that the family had given, and then give me a time. Because they said more than 36 hours after. So that's indicative of the fact that they did make a police report well beforehand. Kenneka Jenkins came up missing well beforehand. Now, why did they make the police report? Well, they make the police report because they have to have things documented. That's why. Have to have things documented, man. You don't have things documented, well then, that's the only reason why that they had made the report. You're right, Latavia, but I'm going to tell you something, man. Because of Edward Joseph, this case is getting headlines. This case is getting headlines. It doesn't matter what the people feel. You got to prove. You got to prove your stance. And I'll prove my stance because it doesn't matter what the people say. It doesn't matter whether they say that she was there on the 9th or whatever. You got to make the freezer picture make sense. That is the only true, actual, factual evidence that you have right there is the freezer picture. And that ain't changing. The time may change in the hallway. Everything else may change. Everything else may flicker. Everything else may be doing whatever and stuff. But one thing is true, actual, and factual. Kenneka Jenkins' death pictures is real. That's real, and that ain't changing. That's real. So whatever narrative that you may come up with, you got to make sense of the freezer picture. That's why I said you got to work from the freezer on out, not work on the out on in and try to make everything come around the freezer. No. The freezer picture is where you start and you work your way out from there, not work your way to the freezer and try to make everything fit the freezer.
No, you make your way out. You make your way out. Mm-hmm.
You got to, because the freezer picture is the only true, actual, factual evidence that ain't never changing. And Latavia said, I've never seen a crime with pictures of a victim plastered on a hotel website, which has been deleted. It's like the game Clue. Well, exactly. I told you, this is a murder mystery game. It's a game. They throw the evidence out there. They get people like Casey Cloy, O'Bear, Sanchez, Medina. Huh?
They retracted all the original stuff and fixed it up.
You know, these people are sitting over there pretty while everybody else is sitting over here arguing with each other.
Yeah, I see that.
All of these YouTubers is arguing with each other and stuff, and they're sitting over there sitting pretty because the damn YouTubers can't think for themselves. This is why I refuse to argue with people, because it's stupidity. The only actual factual evidence that we have in this case is Kenneka Jenkins' pictures. It's funny how you can never see a clear-cut picture of her in TY's live and Irene's live, but in her death picture, you can clearly see her clear as daylight. You can clearly see her clear as daylight. But in the hall, you can't see her clear. In Irene's live, you can't see her clear. In TY's live, you can't see her clear. In the freezer, you can't see her clear. But you see the death photo, oh man, you can see that crystal clear. You can see that as clear as the daylight. You know it's Kenneka. You know it's Kenneka. It ain't knocked out. You got YouTubers sitting over here fighting with each other. Oh, well, you know, did you hear what she said? Did you hear this? Did you hear that? They're playing back videos. They're playing back all of this stupid shit. And it ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's stupidity at its finest. And then they're pinning people up against each other, and they're sitting back laughing at all of us. No, well, all of you, because you're the stupid ones. I'm not stupid, because I see this shit clear as daylight. You got Casey, Cloy, O'Vear, Sanchez, Medina in every Kenneka Jenkins chat spilling her myth, and you got people siding with her, and when the people don't side with her, now you go personal attacks. You
I don't like
do
that. That's
everything to try to discredit the person.
Mm-hmm. No, Cassie's always gonna try to debunk you and make fun of you and shit like that. But everyone else is like going back and noticing things that they missed. So it's whatever. Everybody's on the same page of finding out, asking the same questions that you're asking to make sense. So I mean, it's whatever. I ain't fighting with Cassie. As a matter of fact, I'm not fighting with nobody. I don't care to do it. Yeah, do you think it's even worth doing it? Absolutely fucking not.
What is the fight?
No.
What is the fight for? What is the fight?
That.
What is the fight for?
Cassie, everybody's allowed to have an opinion, see their own angle, and you only been piecing what they said, not what you said, what they said, and it's been coming together.
Can I tell you something?
Everybody's asking the same damn questions. What?
Can I tell you something? Who gives a fuck what Casey thinks?
I don't care.
Who gives a fuck? Do you think I ever reference Casey in any of my lives that say, oh, well, Casey is actual, factual, and true? Do you think that I called up Casey to try to get any goddamn information about this case?
Mm-mm.
So
it's weird because you guys did get on Facebook.
What Casey thinks? Who gives a fuck what Casey thinks?
It doesn't. It doesn't at all. I know I personally don't care. I don't know the lady, so I don't care. I just know I see that lady every fucking where, and she tries to debunk everybody, and everybody that don't give a fuck, but everybody that don't care to argue, like I don't. No one's clear. Everybody's guilty in my eyes. I'm sorry. I don't have no enemies. I don't care. The only thing I care about is this little girl's justice. Well, two girls. And everybody's just thinking it's one girl, and it's actually two. That's how I see it. Shit.
But see,
one was shown. Well, actually, both were shown, but they mixed them together, and that's where everybody's confused at. I don't even care to argue about it.
But see, that's what I'm saying though. What is the confusion? What is the confusion? I mean, why do people just can't hear what I'm saying? You never seen a picture of Kenneka Jenkins in Irene's live or TY's live, a clear-cut picture in the hall or a clear-cut picture walking to the freezer. But the death photos, you can see clear as daylight. Clear as daylight. Help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. Why is it that you can see Kenneka Jenkins' death photos clear as daylight, but when it comes down to any other photo or video in the establishment, you never see her? Why is that? Help me to make that make sense. Why is that? Why don't we ever see a crystal clear cut picture of this young lady right here in the hallway or in TY's live or in Irene's live? Why is that? Can anybody answer that? I'm waiting. Can anybody answer that? I got all these people in this live, and can't nobody even answer a simple goddamn question. That's amazing to me. It is amazing to me nobody can answer a simple goddamn question. Why is that? Hello, Linda Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? And it's a blessing to see you on today. You know, it's amazing, peoples. It's amazing. You know, peoples, I was looking at one of these pictures and it looked like Kenneka eye was open on one of these pictures. I'm trying to see which one is it. Can anybody answer that question? Why is it that we can clearly see a picture of Kenneka Jenkins in death, but when it comes down to when it comes down to the picture in the establishment, you don't see her? Why is that, peoples? I want you guys to look at this picture. Look at this picture here.
You saw that there is one with her eyes open. You're right. I seen that too.
Oh,
And
so
I've
you
been
did?
having trouble finding it.
Yeah, I thought that I seen
I
it.
see it.
I
Yeah, it's
thought
in
that
her
I seen
hair
it.
with her hair wrapped around her face.
Right. Yeah, it was her eye
I've
was
been trying to
open.
find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Is that the one?
I
Can
no,
you
I
get
don't
closer
know.
to it?
I'm trying to go back to all of the photos that I had because I thought that I seen it. I
Yeah,
know that
her
I
eyes
seen it.
are open.
Yeah, I
They're
know
def-
I know that I
You're right,
seen it.
Mr. Everett. You're right. You ain't lying. You're right.
I'm going back looking.
It's in her hair.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one? No, that's not. Is that? No, that's not the one. There's one where her eyes are like they look like they're like behind her, like they're rolled up in her like head, but they're you can still see her pupils or something. I remember that picture.
Yeah,
Or the
I know I seen it
no,
because I
because
was
they took pictures out the profile thing that you really had to. I remember what he's talking about. Her eyes are open. No, that shit was scary. Like her eyes are like they tried to hide her face, but her eyes were open. I remember that damn picture. The lady that had the pictures, the original pictures, she was talking about that shit too, but it was like two faces because it was like on the side, but there's a picture of her with her hair all over her face, and then was that the one?
mm-mm.
There's pictures of eyeballs open. I remember that damn picture. That's in my other phone because I have that on a screenshot. Like, damn eye.
Now see people's look up how she is.
There's pictures
Uh,
with her without the belly button ring too. There's pictures with her without the goddamn belly button
okay,
ring.
look how she is positioned. Look how she's positioned.
Girl was in like 5,000 different positions.
You see how she's positioned? She's got her elbow down here.
And does
She's
that
got
make
her
sense right
arm.
there, Mr. Edward? The way
Huh?
her elbow is, that don't even make sense. Right?
I want you guys to hello, for goodness sakes. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today. I want you guys to take a look at the position that she is in. Take a look at the position that she's in. Who is going to die with their breasts exposed, their arm up in the air, and another arm is sitting down here, down on the thing right here. Look at the position. Look how her arm is up in the air. You see how her arm is up in the air like that? Who's going to die? Her breast is open and exposed. Both of her breasts is pulled down. She has her hand by her waist. She has her other hand under her chin. Who is going to die like that, peoples?
Nobody.
If she was supposed to walk in there and lay down and die, why would she want to lay down and sit down and die in this position?
Not even that. If she was found on her side like that in the corner, where's all that blood that should be like settled in her stomach, her face?
She wasn't. This is the way. Like this is the way that they placed her in the freezer.
I know it.
Yeah, this is the way that they placed her in a freezer.
They morphed two bodies into one. Where's all this damn blood? Because if you die on your stomach, all that blood should be in your stomach. If you die on your back, on your buttocks, where's all the blood in the pool that should be there? We didn't see none of that. None.
You know what they said? They said that she died to hypothermia. But why would she want to bring her pull her breasts out?
Exactly.
Why would she want to pull her breasts out?
Ain't none of these pictures are real. They're all fake. They're all fake. Anybody with common sense should know that. Even
what do you mean none of these pictures are real?
They're not. Like I just said, if she died laying face down.
This is not real? You're saying this picture is not real?
I don't think any of it's real. But I just said why. If she died laying down in the corner with her face down, she should have blood. Okay, so my brother works at a funeral home, and the bodies.
I get all that, but what I'm saying is, answer this question: how is this picture not real? You're saying that this is not a real body?
Okay, so if it was freshly done, yeah, she would look like that. But the way, if they found it the way they want us to believe, she would have.
I don't care what they found. I'm trying to ask the question here. You said that the picture is not real. How could this picture not be real? This is not really Kenneka? You said that this picture is not real.
What I'm saying, Mr. Edward, is the pictures that we saw with the fresh blood, those are real. What I'm saying is, if you just died like she is right now, the picture you're showing right now, she should have blood settled at her bum, right? At her bottom, right? If that's what if that's what they want us to believe. Even her arm position, her arm would not be like that. No.
Well, I'm not saying that she just died. She died before they put her in this freezer. So the position that she's locked in is the position that she was in when she died. She's locked in this position, as you can see.
Yeah, I see it.
Look, she's locked into that position.
And her arm's still not in the same place either. Her arm was higher up.
No, her arm is in the same place. She ain't moved.
Go back to the other picture.
It's just a different position of the camera.
Go back to the other picture. The one you showed before that. And her arm keeps moving.
Her arm has never moved. It's a different position of the camera of how they're taking the picture.
Wait, look at this damn picture.
She is in the same position that she has been in since they've been taking these pictures. Well, what are you talking about? Her arms is moving. It's a different angle. This is a different angle. Her arms ain't moving. She ain't moving. She's dead.
I'm not saying she's moving. I'm saying right there, Miss Ever, her arm would not be like that. It wouldn't.
Her arm is like that because she died in this position. What? Don't, wait. Time out.
You're screaming at me. I'm just
right. Time out. Don't let me call you stupid and nefarious because now you're beginning to act like that. You're beginning to act stupid and nefarious. You sat here, you told me that this picture is not real. What the fuck is this picture is not real? This is a real girl who died. This is the fucking position that they put her in the goddamn freezer. How in the fuck is this picture not real? Just because you don't agree with the pictures in the different positions that it is, she ain't moving. She never moved. She's dead. She's frozen. So what the fuck are you talking about? Now you begin to act like these stupid ass people who act stupid on here. That is some stupid shit that you're saying, man. She died in this position. This is the way that they stage her body in the goddamn freezer. So what the fuck are you saying? This is as real can get. Who gives a fuck if your brother works at the goddamn funeral home? What the fuck is he going to add to this case? What the fuck is he going to tell me or anybody else? I know what the fuck I'm saying. That's some stupid shit. This girl is in this position. She died in this position. This is the position that they placed her in the goddamn freezer. She ain't moving around. They've taken different angles of the picture of her. Her arm is travailed in the same exact goddamn height that it was in when they first took the picture. So what the fuck are you talking about? You beginning to act like all these stupid ass nefarious people. See, I don't have tolerance for bullshit and nonsense and stupid people who can't even discern or decipher a goddamn picture. Kenneka Jenkins ain't never moved in his motherfucking picture. This is how they placed her in the goddamn freezer. Now I see why you motherfuckers can't never understand shit with this goddamn case, because you guys are just throwing stupid shit out there which don't make no goddamn sense. You guys, you motherfuckers are stupid. You guys can't even discern when and how the fuck they are staging a goddamn scene. Boy, I tell you, stupid motherfucking people, boy. You guys need to stay out the fucking chat out of here. Y'all gonna give me a goddamn heart attack with this bullshit that you guys coming up with. Bullshit. The fuck? They moving her body, peoples. They're moving her around. She is in the same goddamn position You can see, look at her leg. Look how they have her staged in there. Look at her leg and how it is frozen in time in the air. Look at her toe. She's frozen in time. And then when they travail her body over, guess what, peoples? She's in the same motherfucking position that she was in that we just seen. Look right here. You see that? Her goddamn shoe is on her foot. Look at her leg. It's cocked over on the other one. How in the fuck is she moving around? Look. She's in the same goddamn position even when they lean her over. Her legs is elevated and cocked one over the other. Boy, now I clearly see why you motherfuckers just can't understand this goddamn case. Because you guys talk out the side of your motherfucking head. Look at this shit, peoples. She's in the same goddamn position. She ain't moved. This is a close-up shot. This is a shot from backwards. She's in the same goddamn position. Look at that shit. She ain't moved. Her arm is in the air just like her arm is in the air. They just leaned down and took a picture like this. The same goddamn picture. Just a motherfucking close-up shot. Look at the same goddamn ripples in her pants right here. See the goddamn ripples? Look at right here. Same goddamn ripples in her pants. The same ripple right there is the same goddamn ripple right there. The same thing that is this part of the gene thing is being folded down. You see how that little piece is curved right there? Y'all see that, right? You see that right there? That little piece right here? Now, let's go to this one. The same goddamn picture. Right there, right there. Look at that. The same. The same. She ain't moved. Look at her goddamn pockets. The same. It ain't moved. So how in the fuck is she moving? A goddamn dead body is going to move positions, peoples. Give me a motherfucking break. I see why, and I understand why we would never get nowhere with this case. Because stupid people say stupid shit. Y'all sit up here and say that this is a fucking fake picture. This is not a fake picture. This is a real girl placed in a goddamn freezer. Dead. And you guys have the audacity to sit here and say this is a motherfucking fake picture? I've heard it all, people. I have literally heard it all, peoples. For goodness sake, because I have invested a lot of goddamn time in this case, and I can't help it if the people are not receptive. If you're not receptive to the way that I speak or how I speak, then my best advice to you is to exit the live. Leave the live, because I'm not changing the way that I speak. I'm not changing the things that I say, and I'm not going to change the things that I do. You guys don't like the way that I talk, then it is best to leave. Leave, so then if you think I'm being disrespectful, leave. Leave. And we won't miss you. I guarantee you that. We will not miss you. Because at the end of the day, ma'am, I'm going to be Edward Joseph. I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say. I'm going to do what I want to do in this live. Stupid people don't get it. Well, then, goddammit, 82, make the fucking shit clear then. Goddammit, you the fucking one who said that the fucking picture was fake. That's what you said. Make your shit clear. Don't sit on the goddamn live and say, oh, well, the goddamn picture is fake. The fuck you talking about? That is a girl, a real girl who they fucking staged in the goddamn freezer. Peoples, I told you, anytime that you come on this goddamn live and you say some shit, you better make fucking clear that you make it clear to everybody, because I'm going to be on your ass. Yeah, I'm going to be on your ass. Because the last thing that I need is confusion in here. I don't need people to be saying shit when they don't know shit. Make yourself clear. Crystal clear. That's the last fucking thing I need, is for people to leave this goddamn live confused. Y'all do that. Y'all take that shit onto somebody else's goddamn live, not here. We don't do that shit here. And then again, if you guys don't like how I talk in here, you guys don't like what I say in here, you guys don't like what I do in here, then you know something? Leave. Get the fuck out and don't come back, because I won't miss you. I don't give two rats asses. Because one thing I don't need is, I don't need sensitive motherfucking people when I am not directing anything to you, any of you. Get out your fucking feelings. If I'm ever going to direct anything to you, I'm going to call your motherfucking name out and I'm going to address you directly. But if I'm not directly talking to you, shut the fuck up. Because ain't nobody talking about you and ain't nobody talking to you. I don't know how many times I keep having to address this shit with you guys. I told you guys that a long time ago. Edward Joseph is who he is. I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do in this goddamn live. You guys don't like it, get the fuck out of here. And then don't bring your goddamn ass back. But if I'm not directing anything to you, shut the fuck up.
Please don't be mad, Mr. Edward. I know how he talks to people, especially me. I don't have enough energy on my phone. And what I was just saying is, what I noticed It is fresh pictures of the girl in there. There's 2 of them. All I was saying was that they were mixing up the girl. I'm just getting home.
What 2 girls do you see in that picture that I just shown?
I think it's mixed up with Kenneka Martin and Kenneka Jenkins. That's just my personal opinion, like you've been saying all along. It's 2 girls. Okay, so this is 2 girls right here. No, the one that you have with the fresh foot, that's Kenneka Jenkins, right?
It ain't no 2 girls in the same freezer, ma'am. They did not have Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin in the same freezer.
How is that? Because one has stars and one doesn't. One has a belly button ring and one doesn't.
Well, all of the pictures. I understand that. I understand that.
That's all I was saying. And then the arms. Look at the arm right to the right.
Ma'am, the pictures that they were showing in the freezer, these people were photos.
The arm is closer. No, it's not. One arm is closer than the other one.
82. I've been doing this shit for 20 years, ma'am. I've been doing this shit for 20 years. I know what the fuck I'm saying. I know what the fuck I'm seeing, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, Miss Everett, but please look at the picture.
Ma'am, it is the same goddamn picture. It's one is closer and one is far away. What the fuck are you talking about? It is the same picture, ma'am. It is the same goddamn picture. I just shown you how the little thing that's on her pants is the same. It's the same little circle thing that's leaning down from her pants. It is the same goddamn picture. One is a close-up shot and one is a distance shot. It is the same goddamn picture. It is just looks different. It is the same girl. So what the fuck are you talking about? It ain't no Kenneka Martin.
It's like we can't find the one with the goddamn with her eyes open. Where the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is this picture that I just showed is the same girl.
I never.
Well, what are you saying? What are you saying? Because you're not making yourself clear. What do you say? You just told me that this shit is fake.
No, I'm saying that they. You got it, Mr. Everett. You got it. Because you do know more than I do. It's whatever. I just see the arm higher up than the other one and closer to the hair and shit. And maybe it is the angle. I'm not doing that. It's whatever.
Ma'am,
maybe you put it up closer to the same picture. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't take the pictures, so.
It is do you think I'm just going to sit here and lie to the people?
No, you never have.
Well, I'm telling you, ma'am, I'm telling you, this is the same goddamn picture. One is taken close up and one is taken at a distance. Do you know that? Have you ever heard of that?
Well, why she looks closer to the wall in one picture and she looks further away in one picture? I don't know. I don't care.
Ma'am, 82. Don't overtalk me, ma'am. I'm trying to 82.
Lord.
I'm telling you, and I just told you again, and I just told you again. One is a close-up shot, and one is a shot further away. Okay. The angle that he taking this picture makes it look like it's close up to the wall.
Okay.
The flash.
I believe you, Mr. Edward. I'm not arguing with you. If you're saying that,
you're arguing with me because I'm telling you, it's the same goddamn picture.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. If you're saying that, okay. But what I'm seeing is that girl is closer to the wall than the other picture. But you're saying it's the angle. And I said, that's cool, okay. But the arm don't look the same to me. But I don't take pictures of dead bodies. I'm just used to seeing them. I've seen dead pictures. I mean, dead bodies and pictures and all that. My brother works with dead bodies all the fucking time. And if she was found fucking on her other side with her head down in the corner, she should have a whole bunch of blood in her face, in her stomach, and all kinds of shit. And if she was found on her backside, then the blood should be pulled on the backside. That's all I was trying to conversate with you about.
Okay, peoples, I'm back. I'm back. So people don't understand when you try to explain to them things. People don't understand depth of field, you know. Is when you take a picture and the picture is taken from a distance. All I did was just blow the picture up. The picture is the same exact picture. It's the same exact picture. All of the characteristics of the picture are the same. Everything, the positioning of the body is the same. Everything is the same. It is nothing different with that picture. They didn't edit the picture. It is no two girls merged together in this picture. It is the same picture. I can't help it if people don't understand or cannot understand what you're trying to convey. I can't help that. But the one thing I say is don't argue with me when I'm trying to tell you something that is actual, factual, and true. And I know it to be actual, factual, and true. So your family been in the morgue business, your family working in the morgue or been an embalmist or, you know, whatever and stuff, a funeral director and all like that. That shit doesn't faze me. And it really doesn't make no difference with me because the thing is, if they had any proof to anything, well, then they could have brought their asses on alive and they could have said something or could have shown something. But see, you guys got to understand, and this is why I say, you know, whenever you come to my live, you got to come with something. You got to come with some proof. You got to come with just opening up your mouth and just flapping your gums and just saying some shit, because it's not going to bode well for you. Because the only thing is, it's going to make you look stupid, not me. It's going to make you look stupid. Because, see, I can prove any and everything that I show. I can prove it. And I have. I have literally been walking this shit down forever and a day. So you guys can clearly see for yourself what I have been trying to convey to you forever and a day. Now, when you want to come up and you want to argue with me about some shit that you don't know or you don't understand, well, then, you know, be my guest, because I'm just going to make mincemeat out of you and I'm just going to make you look stupid and foolish. Peoples, it ain't no two girls that's merged in this picture. This is a real picture of Kenneka Jenkins. Now, there is a thing called editing to where, yes, you can edit out the tattoos. You can edit out certain things in this photo and whatnot. But people, they did not put two heads or put a body of a girl that's decapitated in a freezer and then put on a different head on there. They didn't do that, peoples. That didn't happen in this case. That is stupid for anybody to think that they ever decapitated this girl and put a different head on there. That is stupid. That is stupid, peoples. You know? when I heard that from different ones, this is an older lady or this is an older girl. Look at the foot. The foot doesn't even match the body. I mean, how stupid is that, peoples? You know, I need you to think about that for one moment. How stupid is that? And this is why I make mincemeat out of people who come to my live that want to try to bolster their claim, but they don't know what they're talking about. People, all you got to do is just open up your eyes and look. It's just logic. You know? Just logic. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that this is one girl, this is one body. The body is all intact. Now, I do remember in the beginning when they first showed these pictures and things that you, in one of these pictures, you can be able to see her eyes. Her eyes was open. Her eyes was open in the in the freezer. I remember that clear as daylight. You know, I remember that clear as daylight, peoples. And so where the picture at now, I don't know. I can't tell you. But I do remember seeing a picture of her in the freezer with her eyes open. But we're going to get back to this, peoples. I just wanted to just make that clear. If you're going to come with an opposing view, come with some receipts. Come with something that you can clearly show, or come with a narrative that literally makes sense to the people. You know, come with something that is tangible that the people can be able to understand and relate to. You know, I mean, if you're not a photographer and if you're not a videographer, and the people are showing you, I'm putting two pictures of the same photo together. One is at a distance and one is at close up. And you're telling me it's two different pictures. What is that telling you, peoples? You know? Why are you sitting here arguing with me when I'm telling you it is the same person in the same picture, in the same position? Nothing's changed. What are the chances of having two different girls in a freezer in the same exact position with all of the stuff that's on the ground, all of the stuff that's around, the hair all flanked down on her face, and it'd be two different girls? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. It doesn't make no sense to me. You know, it doesn't make no sense to me. So again, peoples, you know, when you talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, I need for the people to come with some receipts. Come with something other than just opening up your mouths and wanting to argue with me, because you're not going to win. You're not going to win. And the one thing that's going to happen is I'm going to make mincemeat out of you, and I'm going to make you look stupid. Because every live that I have done thus far, everything that I have shown thus far, I have shown you unequivocally and undeniably why I take the stance that I do. I've shown you. I walked it down. I expressed it in great detail. I have shown you, and I have explained to you. You many of you guys who tend to want to come into my live, and you guys sit into the chat room, or you guys want to come up to the live and stuff, and y'all just want to talk all of this nonsense and stuff. You stupid. You are absolutely stupid, and you're only making yourself look stupid, because the things that you're saying doesn't make no sense. It really doesn't. And I hate to be as bodacious as I am, but I mean, I just have to just kind of like really just let you know how stupid the things that you guys be saying is, because it doesn't make no sense. You got to make sense of it. Now, I'm only just calling you out from what the evidence shows. Period. But you got to use logic when you are speaking and you're trying to describe something. And then for a person who's been doing this for over 20 years, peoples, I mean, you got to come correct. You got to come greater than what you are, because see, the thing is, no other YouTuber has been pointing the things out that I have been pointing out with these videos and pictures. You guys get a narrative and do you guys run with it and thinking that is law. But peoples, it doesn't faze me one bit. The things that you guys say doesn't faze me one bit. It just amazes me how much attention you pay to the things that you look at. You don't pay attention to anything. Because what happens all too often, people, is you guys listen to all of these hilarious and nefarious YouTubers who give you a narrative, who keeps talking about this stuff over and over and over and over again. And then you guys start to see what they see, but I don't see what they see. It don't make no sense. And when I ask you to make sense of it, you can't make no sense of it. And then you get mad at me because I'm talking to you and telling you you're stupid. And then you try to tell me what I don't know when you don't know. And I ask you all the time, show your proof. Come to my live with something tangible. Come to my live and express in great detail that of what you're trying to express. Because at the end of the day, I tell you, peoples, the shit that you guys be pointing out, it doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense. And so that's what it is, peoples. So, I got down on 82 because she sat here and she clearly said that the picture was fake. And people's ain't no picture, well, at least these particular pictures was not fake. They wasn't fake, peoples. So to come onto my live and tell me that they're fake, and I know that they're not fake, and then you're going to argue with me and say, well, this and that and the other. Well, then I'm like, I'm trying to bring clarity out of confusion because I'm trying to understand what is it that she sees that I don't see. Because I'm telling her it is the same exact picture. One is closer and one is further back. It's just the way that they took the picture. It's the same picture of the same person in the freezer. And it ain't no two people. And so when you can't explain, but then you come with something else and try to bring other credits to that your argument, which it doesn't stand, because at the end of the day, really doesn't matter what person in her family is in the funeral business. That doesn't mean shit to me because they ain't show me shit. They ain't came on to say shit. They ain't came on to explain shit. So what does that mean to me? It doesn't mean anything to me. You can be a director, you can be an embalmer, you can be a pallbearer, you can be whatever, but it don't mean shit to me because, again, until you can bring your ass on my live and explain to us in great detail what you're trying to convey, then all of that shit don't mean nothing to me. Doesn't mean nothing to me. You ain't saying shit and you ain't showing shit. And don't argue with a person who is literally telling you that the picture is real. If this goddamn picture wasn't real, then who the fuck is it that is lying in a freezer in the position that they put her in? Because people's logic would dictate, how in the fuck did she get in the freezer in the first place? Let's just park it right there for a moment. How in the fuck did she get in the freezer in the first place? Because if she didn't walk in there herself, well then, how did she get in there? She had to be placed in there, right? Because if she didn't walk in there, she had to be placed in there, right? It's the only two ways that she could have got into the freezer. Either she walked her ass in there or she was placed in there. And if she was placed in the freezer, peoples, and they took pictures, well, how the fuck could the pictures not be real? Because you got multiple pictures of the same person in different positions, and you can see the same materials that is on the floor of the freezer. All of the other stuff that's spread around all on the floor in the freezer, you've seen it in the other positions of the pictures that they had taken. So how the fuck can you tell me that the pictures is not real? How? That it's just it's plain stupidity, peoples. You've been on this Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day, and then you're gonna tell me they went through all of this shit just to put fake pictures up in a goddamn freezer. They spent over $10 million just to have some fake fucking pictures in a goddamn freezer. Really? They spent $10 million, and you guys say that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself in the freezer. Really? They spent $10 million and they put a decapitated body in there with someone else's body on head on top in the freezer. I want you guys to think about what you say. They spent $10 million and they brought a girl from downstairs freezer to the upstairs freezers and posed her in a freezer in the upstairs kitchen. In the Caddyshack's thing. They spent $10 million to really put on a show for everybody. That's amazing to me, peoples. That's just how stupid many of you people are when you go and give your narrative. $10 million and all of this fucking shit was fake. That's basically what you're saying. So if this is not Kenneka and this is not a real picture, then who in the fuck is it? And why in the fuck did they spend $10 million on a fake picture that is in a freezer? Why? Can anybody answer that for me? Why would they spend $10 million for a fake picture of a fake person in a freezer? Doesn't make no sense, peoples. That's why the narratives that you guys give doesn't make no sense. Because just as stupid as you guys come up with this salacious madness, it's just really crazy to me. But let's listen in, peoples. Let's go.
I'm not doing nothing more. I'm not doing nothing much.
Okay,
and I'm going to leave it at that. But calling me stupid and all kinds of stuff, that shit crazy to me.
My thing is this, ma'am. What the fuck does your brother working at a funeral home have to do with this?
My brother picks up these bodies, is what I'm trying to explain to you. So the picture doesn't make sense. What we talked about earlier about the fresh body and everything, cool. Because that was just taken. But this body right here, if she was found on her face, she should have fucking blood pool in her face.
She was not found on her face. Who said that she was found on her face? Wait, show me any evidence.
Do you want me to find the pictures of her in the corner with her face down in the corner?
They moved her body to the side, ma'am. They moved her body. This is how she was found. They moved her body to the side.
She was not found like that. She was not found like that. She was found with her fucking face in the corner. And then they pulled her up. Her body was put in so many different positions.
Okay, people, see this is exactly what I have been saying forever and a day. Who had ever said that they had found her laying down in a freezer? That's her assumption. That's her assumption. They moved her body in so many different positions. As you can see, they took the hair off of her face and things. Whoever said that she was found in the freezer? You show me in any case files that she was found laying down on her side. She was found. Somebody show me anything in the case files that ever said that Kenneka Jenkins was found laying down in a freezer on her side. She can't prove it, and neither can you.
She was found with her face in the corner
Show
of
me
the
the evidence.
freezer.
Show me the
I'm gonna
evidence.
find it.
Show me the evidence that they said that they found her face down.
All right, I'm gonna do that because my phone is dying. That's what I was trying to do so I can tell you what I was going to tell you, and then be done with it because my phone is dying. That's why I keep getting kicked out.
Show me
I'm
the
gonna
evidence.
find the pictures for you.
Yeah, show me the evidence of where it stated that she was found face down.
Okay, I got you.
Because I got the pictures of her being on her side. I got all of the pictures. All of the pictures is right here. This is what she's been on her side right here. She's roped on her side right there.
And do you have the pictures before that when all the dirt and everything's in her hair?
Well, this is all the pictures right here. She's roped on her side right there. You see that?
No, you're missing pictures, Mr. Everett, because there's pictures of her with dirt and every damn thing else in her hair. I will find those pictures.
This is
No.
right. That's right there. People, if I'm showing you pictures of her on her side, what the fuck do you need? She's on her side. If she's on her side, she's on her side, right? You clearly see the pictures of her on her side. So what other evidence do you need? She's on her goddamn side. So my question was to her was, show me any evidence that is ever written in the case files that they found her on her side. I told her I have the pictures, but I'm not asking for the pictures. I'm asking for anything that's in the case files that clearly stated that they found her on her side. See, people don't listen. People don't listen. Didn't I just say that, people? I said that in the video. I said, show me anything that was written that says that she was found on her side. Here is all the pictures of her on her side. What more evidence do you need? We know she's on her side. We see the pictures of her on her side. But that's not to say that she was found on her side. So again, peoples, she's arguing me down about her being on her side when I'm telling you, here is the pictures on her side. What more proof do you need that she's on her side? I mean, peoples.
There's more pictures. There's more pictures. There's way more pictures. No. I don't like arguing with him. I'm gonna find it. Because you don't have all the pictures. Or you haven't found them yet. Because she has dirt and she's she's found in the corner with her hair all with dirt and everything in it.
Well, how could she? Well, this is all the pictures that they had.
I'm gonna find it. Hold on. I gotta go in the house. I'm gonna send it to you in a couple minutes, Mr. Everett.
These pictures right here.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so what does that mean? What do you say?
That's how they found her. She
Okay.
should have blood and everything pulled in her face on the side. That's how they found her. That same body that you were just arguing with me about.
Time out.
Bro.
What do you mean she should have blood pulled all over in her face and stuff?
Because that's how they originally found her, and then they flipped her over.
Okay, I get that, but what do you mean that she should have blood pulled all over in her face? I mean, look, I'm looking at evidence right here of a fresh wound on her foot.
Go up, look at her back, go up to her back. Are they no stars, right? No stars.
The stars is there.
Body.
The stars is there. The stars is there. You just can't see it. The stars is right there. The stars is right there, and the stars is right there. You just can't see it. Not every picture
and then
is
they
going
flipped her over. But look at the arm. Look at her arm. It's not in the same position, Mr. Ellert.
Okay, 82. Go to bed. There's the star. There's the fucking stars right there.
You see him cussing at me and shit.
There's the fucking stars. You're saying there's no stars. I'm telling you. There's the goddamn stars right there. You see the stars? The stars is right there.
Look at her arm.
What about her fucking arm? What about it? What about her fucking arm? Her arm is in the same position that they had her in when they travailed her over. Look at her arm. Her arm is sticking out. Look at her legs. Her legs is frozen in time. Do you think a motherfucking body is going to be changing itself? She's frozen in time. What the fuck are you talking about? You ain't making no goddamn sense. There's the goddamn stars right there. Go to bed. I'm tired. I'm tired of talking to you because you ain't making no goddamn sense. Go to bed.
All right, Miss Eric. Good night, man. Done.
Gina. You were just on. So for all of you who is sitting here in the chat and saying that she was found in a fetal position, she was found in this position, that position, show me some evidence of that. Don't just say that she was in this position, that position, and all like this. Show me some evidence. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Do you know what you're talking about? For goodness sake, you know, I have been trying to be as nice, kind, and cordial now, but now I think I'm not going to be nice, kind, and cordial no more. Ma'am, don't tell me what to do. If you don't like what I'm doing, if you don't like what I'm saying, kindly leave the chat. And this is as being nice to you, okay? You're the only one with an attitude. You're the only one who you don't know me. You don't understand me. You never been in my life. You never talked to me and stuff. You don't come onto the panel or anything, but yet you want to give this commentary in this and that and the other. I don't give a fuck how I talk to people. I don't give a fuck what I say to people. I don't give a fuck. If you don't like how I talk to people, you don't like what I say, then leave. Leave. Don't make no big issue, man. Leave. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to be subscribed to me. You don't have to watch me. But Edward Joseph is not going to change anything that I say or do in this goddamn chat. And I'm trying to be nice to you. You're the only one with the goddamn issue. Nobody else is up in here complaining. So again, if you got some proof of anything, come and show it. Other than that, shut the fuck up. Sit back, relax, and goddamn watch. Because if you're not going to be a participant, then shut the fuck up. You guys sit here, you guys, oh, well, she's in the fetal position, or she's in this angle, she's in that angle. Show me some goddamn pictures. Bring your ass onto the goddamn live and talk. But other than that, shut the fuck up. Or leave. Because I don't give two rats' asses. Gina, to you, how are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today, and happy birthday, ma'am.
Thank you. It was yesterday. But okay, so I was gonna tell 82 that you're right, Edward. It looks like the same person in the freezer. However, when 82 was pointing some things out, I saw something. Go back to those pictures where 82 said that one was closer to the wall.
All right.
Okay, so go to the other one. You had.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you something.
Okay, let me see. So not this one, right? Just the other.
Yeah, put both of them side by side. Like you
Okay,
had.
it was this one. It was this one. I don't know if I can get there. Because it's going to keep blinking out. That one and that one. How did I do it the last time? How did I do it the last time? So I don't know if I can get it. So trying to see how did I do it the last time? See, because every time I go to try to click on the picture, it's going to. Okay, well, this is the two pictures that we were in question. That one and this one.
Okay,
So what you guys are saying is the shadow?
Okay, so that's not what I seen.
Okay. So I'm trying to, cause see, every time I go and click on the picture, it's going to revert to another thing. Let me see. See.
Okay, see where her elbow is, Edward?
Right here.
Okay, so look below that. You see the bottom of her jacket?
Uh-huh.
Okay, you see that?
Uh-huh.
And then on the other one, when you said that they angled in, You could see more of the bottom of her jacket. I just noticed that.
Okay, which is this right here?
Yeah. Is that the other one?
Or is it this one right here?
Yeah, right there.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, wait a minute.
Okay, so this right here is a view over her. Okay. So you see how they take the picture? They're standing over her and they're aiming the picture down. So you're not going to see the jacket because her arm is covered her jacket.
Okay.
See that?
All right.
And then this picture is a side view, but it's further back. So now you're able to see more of what's under her arm, as you can see here.
Mm-hmm.
See that? It's a different angle. And then this one, they lean more so down to her level. Now that's why her arm looks higher than what it is. See that? It's the same picture.
Okay. All right. No, I was just looking when 82 was trying to point out the arm thing, and I was like, well, wait a minute.
No,
That part I didn't see.
It is the same picture, but it's a different angle that they're taking these pictures, which makes it look kind of odd. So in this picture right here, it makes it look like she's closer to the wall right here, which she's not. It's the angle, because remember, he's standing over her, and in this picture, he's on the side of her. So when the flashes, look, you got the shadow of her arm. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Along the side of the wall, but he's at an angle. He's on the side, so it makes it look like she's closer to the wall, which she's actually not.
Right, and that's his shadow behind her elbow.
No, that's her elbow.
Is her elbow shadow?
That's her elbow shadow.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because
Okay.
look, he's at level height with her, but he's taking it at an angle, which makes it seem like she's closer to the wall, which she's not. So in this picture, see, she ain't moved. You can still see the slight shadow right here under her arm. See that right here?
Okay,
But
yeah. I
it's
see.
all in the angle. This is what people get confused about. It's all in the angle. So now he is standing over her, but he's still at a angle. Now this picture, he's directly over her. You can still see the shadow right there, but now you can have a full frontal view of her. See that?
Okay.
But she has never moved. They never moved her.
No, I believe they're the same people. I just saw that, and I just wanted to point that out. That's all.
Yeah, and that's why I kept trying to tell her, look, I got 20 years of this shit. I know what depth of field is. I know the perception of how things look when you're taking the pictures at different angles and stuff. It makes it look, sometimes, it'll make it look like they're closer to the wall or further from the wall. It just all depends.
Right.
On the angle of how you're taking the picture. She's trying to say that it's two different girls. Is that they mix Kenneka Jenkins' body with Kenneka Martin's body. And I'm like, that's stupid, because that just won't happen. The same foot is the same foot. Now I remember in one picture somebody had photoshopped, and you can clearly see the blend of half of a foot, and then the other foot is kind of distorted, but it ain't no two people in there. It's the same person, which is Kenneka Jenkins. It ain't going to be no reason why they're going to put Kenneka Jenkins and somebody else in the same freezer. That doesn't make no sense.
No.
It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense to put two bodies in the same freezer.
All right. Well, 82 says she's gonna send you some screenshots. So.
Well, I get it. I know. I mean, but what screenshots is she going to send me? Because these are all the pictures right here.
Yeah.
These are all the pictures right here. These pictures right here of her lying in the freezer on her side. That's how they found her, right there, just like that, just like that. So she's trying to say that her arm is in a different position. Her arm is not in a different position. She's not going to move while she's dead. So again, it's the angle of the picture. So her arm may look higher because they retracted her upwards. But her arm is frozen in time. Her arm is frozen in the manner to which we've seen it. Then she said, oh, well, we don't see the stars. Well, you're not going to see the stars because of the angle of the camera.
That's correct.
But as you can see in this photo, you really don't see the stars. You can kind of see it, but you really don't see it. Why? Because of the angle. Now, this one again, you don't really see the stars because of the angle of the camera. But in this one, you kind of see the stars, but you really don't see it because of the angle of the camera. Now, when you get right here, because he's turned more towards the back, what do you see?
You see the stars.
You see the stars. And then when he gets directly over her, what do you see? You see the stars. There's the star right there.
Yep.
And then he's over her. What do you see? You see the stars. The stars is faint. So the stars is not going to appear in every photo. But it's the same girl. Why? How in the hell are they going to go and take all of these pictures and move a body and put another body in and then move the body, put the other body back in and stuff? What sense does that make? Doesn't make no sense. Just because you don't see some markings doesn't necessarily mean that that is a different body. It is the same body because you can see the way that her legs is frozen in time. In every picture, her legs is just like that. It's caught.
Yeah, it is.
Just like that. You can see the blood on her foot. Every picture. The blood on her foot. Every picture. There you see the star right there. It's right there. And then she's got little whatever and stuff, but it's Kenneka. So I don't know what the argument is.
Yeah, true.
And then look at the stars. Why? Because he is directly over her and is close up. Now, because of the angle of the camera, because of the flash, you can clearly see the stars clear as daylight. Clear as daylight.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the argument?
I don't know what the argument is about, but
see, even in this picture, you can faintly see the star. There it is, right there.
Yeah,
and then there's the other star right there. That one right there, and then that one right there. There's the star right there, and there's the star right there. See?
They really got her head up in that corner, don't they?
Yeah. But they're trying to say that Kenneka Jenkins did this herself. She did. Well,
we know she didn't.
Yeah, and that's why I keep trying to tell the people, work your way out from the freezer pictures. You got to work your way out from the freezer pictures. You see, this is what I'm saying. This is why I get so angry with the people, because they don't think. How in the hell can you explain this? And I still have yet to have anybody explain this to me. How could she look so fresh in a freezer picture as you see right here, but then this is what Teresa Martin's saying that she was like when she was at a supposed funeral home. Here we go. This is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. So help me to make this make sense. You got a fresh picture of her in a freezer. You got a picture of her that's supposed to be at the funeral home, but then the gurney picture, she is totally decomposed. Help me to make that make sense.
Okay. All right.
So let me call up the picture of her on the gurney. This is a picture of her on the gurney. All right. So now we got 3 different pictures here.
Mm-hmm.
So help me to make this make sense. How is she going to be fresh in the freezer, somewhat fresh on the funeral,
Because
she's decomposed in the gurney?
they took her out the freezer, staged her in the same place as if she was in the funeral home, left her body, put her body back in there. She decomposed.
That's exactly what I said. But she was never at a funeral home.
Correct.
And that's the point that I've been trying to make to the peoples. She never left the establishment. Her body never left the establishment. The only time Kenneka's body ever left the establishment is after the identification of her. And remember, in the video, as we seen, as I shown in the live, they presented her before she was officially found.
Mm-hmm.
So how could they present her to Teresa Martin and Lenore Harris before she was officially found?
Because they saw her way before then.
Thank you. Which goes back to what I was saying, to the statement that they had made initially with the attorney. She was missing more than 36 hours after the family made a missing persons report. So they made the missing persons report well before the night.
Right.
The night wasn't the first time that they made the missing person report.
Right.
That's why they made the statement.
That's right.
So I believe Teresa Martin when she said that she didn't know where her daughter was, but afterwards she found out. And when she found out what happened, she didn't say shit. She just went along with it. I don't believe, and see, this is what I was wrestling with. I don't believe Teresa Martin, I don't believe that she knew at the initial time when Kenneka came up missing. I don't believe that she knew. But I do believe that she knew after it happened, because I do believe that after whenever they got Kenneka, she was a part of the murder. She was a part of the setup. She was a part of the murder. I do believe that. I don't believe the initial.
Mm.
I know.
I just wanted to come on here and talk about the jacket, and that cleared it up for me. And I'm gonna run back in the chat.
Oh yeah. I mean, it took. See, I was wrestling with that for a long time. Because from the beginning, I was saying, well, Teresa Martin had, was originally staged this and things. She was a original part of the cover up.
Mm-hmm.
But by her making that statement with the attorney, that made me change my mind, because I'm kind of like, well, anybody in their right mind wouldn't be making a statement like that and going on record like that,
Right.
if they didn't know.
Right.
So with that said, that made me believe that she didn't know in the beginning. But it's just like the Kalia thing in the Shaquilla Robinson case. I don't think that he knew initially, but then when he came down there and he saw what had happened, well, then he still didn't say nothing, so he became a part of the cover-up.
That's right.
So that's why I believe in this case. I don't believe that Teresa Martin knew initially, but I believe that she quickly found out,
Mm-hmm.
and then she became a part of the cover-up. Because I can't unless she's fooling me, unless this was purposely done for her to go ahead and make a statement with the attorney like that. I can't see for anybody in their right mind would go ahead and make a statement like that and give it to the attorney and then have that presented like that. Now see, that's what I wrestled with. That's what made me believe that Teresa Martin did not initially know, but when she found out, she went along with it.
Does she still have the same attorney?
No, he left her. No, the black guy. Remember the skinny little black guy and kind of like the little pudgy light-skinned guy.
Yeah.
The one who said we'll go where the facts may lead us and all that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. They left her.
Wow.
So that's what I was wrestling with, because I'm kind of like, well, because she made this statement, that let me know that she did not know initially what really happened to Kenneka. But in the case of, whatever happened and however she found out and stuff, then she went along with it. But the initial, I don't believe that Teresa Martin really knew. Unless she's fooling me. Now she could be fooling me. She could have did this purposely.
Mm-hmm.
But then if she did this purposely, then you got to ask yourself the question, why?
Right.
And that's what I've been wrestling with all of these many years. Why? Why would she want to set up her daughter? See, I've been thinking this well before I even saw this letter. This letter just only sealed the deal with me that she knew, because remember, I've always asked, Teresa Martin, what did you know and when did you know it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we know when she knew it. But then the question still remains. Was this intentional of you making this statement? Or did you genuinely did not know where your daughter was? Because I can't endorse this, oh, well, she was left at the hotel and, all like this and stuff. I mean, that shit is so convenient. But you made the statement. Mm-hmm. You took the time to go to the attorney to tell these people to draw up this statement. You said it. You said more than 36 hours.
Yeah, that was the telling part right there.
So 36 hours is a day and a half because it's 24 hours in a day, and half of that is 12 hours, which makes 36 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So Kenneka Jenkins was missing a day and a half before anything that had started or whatever.
That's right.
Which is indicative of the fact that she was missing on the 7th. Came to the establishment on the 6th. 24 hours after that is the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
You know, okay. Go make the missing persons report because she didn't come home. Well, then 12 hours after that is the 8th. Now we see Carl Nesbitt and James Coleman down at the establishment. Well, that's more than 36 hours right there. That's 48 hours because you got 2 days already now. But now the plan is already well into effect. Or if we even go with the premise that she came down to the establishment on the 6th, which she did, and came up missing on the 7th, okay, so we can call that 12 hours. And then we take it to the 8th, that'll be 36 hours. And then the 9th will be more than 36 hours.
That's true.
So however you look at it, that statement clearly states that Kenneka Jenkins was missing around the 6th or the 7th. But the pictures that was taken in the mega data on those pictures shows that Kenneka Jenkins died on the 7th.
And pictures don't lie.
They don't lie. And that's why I keep trying to tell the people, I don't care. You can reference her walking the halls of the establishment. You can try to put her in TY's live and Irene's live or whatever and stuff. But you got to help me to make sense with the body, because the body, as you see it lying in state, she is fresh. The wounds are fresh. She died, and they take those pictures no soon after she died.
Yeah, and people don't understand those timestamps on pictures are real. It doesn't matter what picture you take, you got a timestamp and a date on it.
And the timestamp and the date stated the 7th of September, 2017. But you know, regardless of all that, how can you have fresh pictures of a body with fresh blood, fresh wounds and stuff, and then she come up missing on the 9th and then be found on the 10th? And then she's looking like this on the gurney when
There's no way. There's no way.
To look at her. What? And there you have it.
There's no way she would have looked like that.
There you have it. So then my thing is, what is the argument? What is the argument? Why is people trying to argue with me when I'm proving to them that what they're saying is stupid? You go from the point of origin. You go from the point of the one thing that we have that will never change is the pictures of Kenneka Jenkins' death.
Right.
Regardless of all of the other girls that died at the establishment, Kenneka Jenkins' pictures is never going to change. It is what it is.
Right.
She died and she was placed in the freezer. And when they took those pictures, it was no sooner than after she died. Because you cannot get fresh wounds. If it had not been for the fresh wounds on her foot, I probably would have believed a lot of stuff that they said. But because you got fresh blood, rich, beautiful cherry red blood on her foot, and then her lips is cherry ruby red, and she has pigmentation in her face. You can't tell me nothing else.
Yeah, definitely. There's no argument there. You know,
You can't tell me nothing else. I don't care what narrative that you try to spin. Teresa Martin can swear up and down that her daughter walked the halls of that establishment. These pictures don't lie.
nope.
They don't lie. We see what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. There it is right there. So where we don't see her in the halls, where we don't see her walking into a freezer, where we don't see her in Irene's live and TY's live, where only we just hear reference of her in her death photos, we can clearly see her.
Right.
And why is it that we only can see her clearly in the death photos, and every place else we never see her? A crystal clear cut picture or video of her. We see it with Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree.
I know.
Why not Kenneka? Why?
She
because
was never
she was
there.
never there. Exactly. So what is the argument? People are trying to put Kenneka Jenkins in the lower level. Kenneka Jenkins ain't never been in the lower level. She's never been in the lower level.
No.
If she
One of the
was
other
in the
girls
lower
was
level,
one of the other girls may have been in the lower level, but it wasn't Kenneka.
it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka. Kenneka never been down in that lower level. Where they placed her is where they placed her, and that's where she's been all of this time. And see, the thing is, that's why they had to take the pictures quickly, because the body was breaking down. So they had to take those pictures to stage all this stuff to get those organs. I believe they ripped her out of everything that she got in her.
Mm.
That's why you take the pictures quickly. Kill her, take the pictures while she's fresh. That's where they make the mistake, because they took the pictures right after they killed her. Then they go and take her, stage the body, and then after this point, they had a field day.
So sad.
Because you ain't seeing. I mean, after this picture of the so-called funeral picture, what other picture do you see of just her laying on a gurney? But you never seen the rest of her body. You don't know. They probably took out every organ that they possibly can out of her, because those organs are still viable. Are even at the point to when they took these pictures, they probably took out the organs and then just staged her on this gurney right here.
Mm.
That's my guess. I believe that's what they did. That's why they have the cover right up to her neck, right up to her mouth.
I've always thought that was creepy. Like, why would they do that?
I videotaped and took pictures of a lot of people at funeral homes and things, funerals and everything, and I've never seen this.
Nah, me either.
I've never seen it. And then I've never seen a full frontal view of a deceased person in the manner to which we see it here. It ain't no angle shot. This is straight vertical up and down.
It is.
They did that purposely because they didn't want you to see the rest of that body. I think that they took all of her organs out.
Wow.
At that point. And then staged her body in that freezer for the identification, and once the identification was, cremated her. because there was no need for the body, because you couldn't put that body up in no casket. Couldn't put that body in the casket. People would be looking like, what?
You're right.
That's why they had to take some other girl and kill her and save her body and make it look like she was Kenneka. This is the biggest cover up that one can ever see, and it's in your face. And see, the thing is that I don't know why people arguing with me when I'm just showing you the facts.
There's no argument there.
I'm just showing you the facts. I mean, we can argue up and down about whether she's been in the halls and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I'm just going to continue to keep referencing, and that's why I always keep referencing the freezer picture, because the picture don't lie. It doesn't lie.
That's right.
And I've already shown you how the first Kenneka, the fake Kenneka anyway, got commandeered when she got off that elevator. And then the other ones died subsequently after they played their role.
All right, I'm jumping down in the chat. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. 82, you know I'm never mad at you, man. You know how I am. And for the other people in here, you guys should know how I am. I'm passionate about this case. And I don't have time for nonsense or bullshit and things. I mean, my thing is this, and it's crystal clear. And I never sugarcoat it. I don't get mad at people. I'm never mad at people. I'm just passionate. And my thing is this: I work goddamn too hard to try to bring validity to the very things that I say. I'm not going to sit here 10, 12, 15 hours talking about a case and just sit here and lie to you all night long. Everything that I have ever said and everything that I have ever done, out of over the 1,000 lives that I had did, I have shown each and every one of you step by step by step by step by step what I am talking about. Now, I can't help it if you guys don't comprehend. That's not my problem. But what I have a problem is when you make blanket statements in the chat, because not only do I see it, but everybody else see it. And that's all that I need, is somebody to sit here and read your commentary, and now they're totally confused behind the various things that you say, but you cannot prove. My thing is, if you're going to say it, prove it. And if you can't prove it, don't say it. I give all of you an opportunity to come to the platform and speak, and to share your narrative, to share what you feel about this case. But you got to make sense of the things that you say. You got to make sense of it. And just like Gina to you, she made sense of the various things that I have been asking each and every one of you for all of this time. As you can see, the most clearest evidence in this Kenneka Jenkins case is her death photo. that will never change peoples. When Kenneka Jenkins died, they took those pictures immediately because they needed those organs. That's why they took the pictures immediately. She died, they took those pictures because they had to show something. But see, where they made the mistake is when they killed her, she was still fresh, vibrant looking. I believe after they took those pictures, they took those organs. And that's why they staged the body as you see it lying in state at the so-called funeral home. Because I've been videotaping and I've been taking pictures over 20 years. I travel all over the United States, filming weddings, parties, conventions, special events, and mostly funerals. Gangster funerals. I've seen it all. I've seen people with heads. I've seen people without heads. I've seen people with limbs. I've seen people without limbs. I've seen it all. And out of all of the things that I have seen people's, I have never seen anybody go and take a vertical shot of the deceased and have the cover tucked right up under the lip. The lips. Never mind the neck, never mind the chin, but to the lips of the deceased. See, people, you get mad at me when I'm sitting here and I'm telling you my experience. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know. I can't help it if you can't comprehend, but I'm telling you what I know. You don't know as much as I know. You've never seen the things that I've seen. But this is why I do the lives. This is why you are here. This is why you're listening. Because if I wasn't making sense with the various things that I am saying, then why are you listening? Why are you following me? That doesn't make no sense. Why would you want to sit here and listen to somebody who's going to lie to you 24/7? What reason do I have to lie to any of you? I don't have no reason, peoples. Don't have no reason whatsoever. It ain't no reason for me to sit here and lie to you. It ain't no reason for me to sit here and argue with you, fuss and fight with you. If we have an impasse, we have an impasse. That's fine. But my only thing is that if you're going to say something in this chat room, prove your stance. That's how it's always been. And I ain't changing that. I can't help it if you guys don't like how I talk. I can't help it if you guys get all into your feelings. Get out your goddamn feelings. Because any and everything I say ain't directed to any of you individuals. This is just the way Edward Joseph is. But see, the thing is, instead of focusing upon the case, you guys want to make it personal. And then you guys want to get into your feelings, and then you guys want to complain. And then you think that that's going to wash in here. No, you will get your ass ejected out of here quickly. If I'm ever going to address anybody in here, I will address you by name and personally. But if you guys cannot accept or take how I say things or how I do things in here, you know what, peoples? It is just best that you leave because you wouldn't like it here. I tell everybody that. I tell everybody that. And the people who's been following me for all of this time, they understand Edward Joseph. They know I don't sugarcoat shit. I don't have no respect to person. I don't give a damn if you are the moderator. they can get the fuck out of here too. If they got a problem with me. Because my thing is this, peoples. It ain't nothing personal, and I don't understand why you try to take it personal. I was way worse than this, peoples. You guys caught me while I done really calmed down a lot. Because I used to be on people's shit 24/7. Big time. Gina, to you, she'll tell you. I'm just one that don't tolerate nonsense. I don't. You want to speak? Come to the platform and speak. You don't want to speak? Well, then sit back and be quiet. Hey, that's it. You know, because see, when you come in and you want to ramp up and you think that you're going to challenge me, no, what's going to happen is I'm going to eject your ass for all eternity. Because I'm not here to argue with any of you. I'm here to give my narrative, and I'm here to try to share with you my findings. Now, whether you agree with it or not, that's up on you. But you have every right to come to the platform and talk. But if you don't want to talk, well then, hey, that's on you. Nobody's begging you. No, nobody's going to lose no sleep if you don't come up here to the platform and speak. But the one thing you won't do is you won't come into the chat and you won't be dropping jewels and things when you cannot back up the shit that you say. Now that I will never tolerate. I'll never tolerate that, peoples. Hello, Trisha. Are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today. Hello, Deborah G. It's a blessing to see you on today. Trish, tell you, it's not personal. You can't get into your feelings, peoples. And I've been telling people that. You guys, man, you guys caught me while I'm doing good, because I used to be way worse than this. Way worse than this. If you guys can't handle this, well then my best advice to you, leave the chat room. We won't miss you. I guarantee you that. But by you being here, you're here for a reason. And so by you being here for a reason, understand some things and learn some things. That's all. You know, don't worry about how I talk. Listen to what I'm saying. That's it. See, I come to the understanding peoples that I must be saying something right for many of you to come here and for many of you to continue to keep coming back. I must be saying something right. I'm the only one out of all of these YouTubers that has really been going deep and hard and heavy in this case like I am and bringing out the jewels. Trey Gain ain't did that shit. 54 Keys ain't did that shit. Zillionaire ain't did that shit. Boss Man and Hair Lost Man ain't did that shit. John Queer Q ain't did that shit. Casey Cloyo Vera Sanchez Medina ain't did that shit. None of them ain't did that shit. Not one. So then my thing is, if you guys feel that they do a better job than me, then go fucking follow them. Don't follow me, follow them. Follow the asses that's going to give you shit. Because I'm not going to give you shit. Those are jackasses. Follow the goddamn jackasses. Follow the goddamn people who can't get their head around a simple concept. Because that's not Edward Joseph. Everything that I do, peoples, I am meticulous. I am methodical. I break it down. I sit and I explain it wholeheartedly. And I don't show no favoritism either. You're right, 82. I don't show no favoritism. I don't have time for that shit. I treat everybody the same. You know? I don't have no respect to person. I'm not going to show no favoritism over one person over the other. I don't play those games and things. You want to get to know Edward Joseph? Come correct, come real, come true, come honest. But get out your goddamn feelings. All right, people. So, as we can see, now, you can come up with whatever goddamn narrative that you want. All right? You can come up with whatever goddamn narrative you want. Fact is, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. She never had a chance to. That's fact. Fact number 2. There is a Kenneka Jenkins. Well, there was a Kenneka Jenkins and there was a Kenneka Martin. Kenneka Jenkins died in the freezer, as you can see. Kenneka Martin died TY's live. Because she had a knife wound in her neck. Kenneka Martin was the one who wore Kenneka Jenkins' ring. Do you think Kenneka Jenkins would have took off her ring for Kenneka Martin to wear it? No, she didn't. Why did she have the ring? Because they wanted to try to make it seem like that was really Kenneka Jenkins in TY's live. Not standing up, but sitting down in a chair, drinking one cup, having Tapirmate. Why would Kenneka Jenkins take Tapirmate? She didn't have no reason. Kenneka Martin was the one who had the disability. So it would be likely that she'd taken Tapirmate. But then I don't believe that she's taken Tapirmate, and I don't believe that she ever walked the halls of that establishment. Well, she did it purposely, but not to the degree to where she was drunk, because we did see her walk the hall. But now, the thing is, peoples, we've seen her walk the hall, but did we see her walk the hall purposely? Did we see her walk the hall on her own accord? And the answer is no. No. I don't believe Kenneka Martin walked that hall on her own accord. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. People's it is so much. It is so much in this case that I can show, but if I go too fast, it puts my life in danger. So that's why I'm taking it slow. Because many of you guys can rest easy. But the deeper I go in this case, the dangerous it gets. As you can see, peoples, it was a hit out on Kenneka Jenkins. And they've already taken care of business well before all of this fanfare and nefarious madness has ever occurred. Many girls died. Many people died. And I was just showing in Slime We Trust, and he was going over all of the people who got killed. Damn near everybody that had anything to do with Kenneka Jenkins got killed. Did you guys know that? All of the people who had some things to do with Kenneka Jenkins got killed. They got killed. And that's what you don't understand. It is that these people got killed. It was deeper than Kenneka Jenkins. Now, for whatever reason why Kenneka Jenkins died, we'll never know the true reason. But you can know that it was gang tied. Did it have everything to do with her brother? I believe so. Did it have everything to do with her father? I believe so. Did it have everything to do with her association with Bill Murray's son? I believe so. Did it have things to do with her mother, Teresa Martin? I truly believe so. I believe that all of these things that I have mentioned was a part of why Kenneka Jenkins got killed. Now, do I believe all of these innuendos and things of the fact that the people are saying all of this stuff? Well, Kenneka Jenkins had saw this murder, and so because she saw this murder, she was supposed to go into witness protection and stuff like that. Well, people, if that be the case, then shit, it wouldn't be no reason for her ever to even step foot outside of Chicago to be going to some type of whatever and things, knowing that there's a good chance that she can get caught up. Remember, Kenneka Jenkins was street smart. She was savvy. She wasn't no stupid little girl. See, when you guys be talking about this, you guys don't know, you guys ain't breaking it down in the manner to which you should. Y'all listen to all of these, oh, well, you know, this and that and the other, but then can you prove this, that, and the other? You can't prove it. One thing's for sure is that this was gang tied and it was gang related. And I'm not referencing TY's live and Irene's live, because all of this shit happened well before that even taking place. So whatever taking place on the 6th, Teresa Martin already knew about it. Which brings me to the point, people. because it's almost a contradictory of what I'm saying. Because see, on one hand, I'm having issues because on one hand, I believe Teresa Martin when she said that she didn't know where her daughter was. But then on the other hand, I believe she did just like Khalil in the Shaquilla Robinson case. When the shit hit the fan and went down, she just went with it. That's one part of my belief. And the only reason I say that because see, when I was made aware of the statement that the family had made, you got to ask yourself the question. If the statement was made purposely or was the statement made nefariously? Because if the statement was made nefariously, well, shit, I'm hurt to the core. Because who will fucking do that to their goddamn daughter? You go and you make a statement and you put it out there with an attorney and you knew that shit hurts like hell. And yeah, it ain't my daughter, but just the thought of you doing some shit like that, oh my God, I can't even begin to fathom that. I can't. And I don't know how you feel, but I can't. And it's that type of shit that really drives me. It's that type of shit that really drives me. Peoples, I cannot fathom for the likes of me Teresa Martin doing some shit like that. I can't, peoples. I can't put that in my mind. But it's a strong possibility, but I cannot put that in my mind. Because if that was done purposely, that is some fucked up shit. See what this is? You can't keep this open because you have people looking in here. You can't leave it like that. You will be looking in here. People say I can't for the likes of me phantom that if that happened, that is some cold-blooded shit. So I can't phantom nothing like that, peoples. I just can't. That shit hurts like hell when I think about that. And so that's what drives me, peoples. That's what really drives me about this case. It's for the simple fact that this young lady died in the manner to which she did, and these people covered it up. And that's what drives me. And then what gets my goat is that many of you sit back here, you play like you want justice for Kenneka. You say you want justice for Kenneka, but you don't act like you want justice for Kenneka. You don't. You don't act like you want justice for Kenneka. Because see, the thing is, what is the argument? I have been asking this question for quite some time now, and none of you who's silent has ever even came on here to answer the question. I asked the question, you can't even answer the question. But yet you want to sit here and argue with me. What is the argument? You guys don't want me to talk about Teresa Martin. Well, why not? You give me 3 reasons why I shouldn't talk about Teresa Martin. Give me 3 reasons. You can't even give me no reason. It's funny how many of you want to make everything personal. This is what Casey Cloyo Vera Sanchez Medina does. She makes everything personal. See, it's just like 82 said. She comes on every live and she thinks that she's the guru of Kenneka Jenkins. She thinks that she knows everything about the case. And then she wants to sit here and try to tell people, oh, well, where's your receipts and all like this. People, that shit is the oldest trick in the goddamn book. If this bitch knew everything about the Kenneka Jenkins case, then why the bitch haven't solved the goddamn case? She told you she wasn't justice for Kenneka. Trish, she will never come on my live for me to question her. She won't do it. She make every excuse under the sun. You see how they did when I invited them to the live the last time? They act an ass. Instead of coming up here being civil, they act an ass. And then they tried to turn around and blame it on me while I blocked their ass. Y'all hold on for a moment. All right, people. So as we can see, Kenneka Jenkins died in the upper kitchen. She died in the upper kitchen, peoples. Kenneka Martin, we don't know where they placed her at. We don't know. We just absolutely don't know. We can speculate all day long, but we don't know. Now, when the people say that subject found in the freezer, lower level or whatever and stuff, you know, prove that. Because still, again, we don't know if that was Kenneka Martin or if it was one of the other girls who played Kenneka. But my recollection from when the guy had said subject found in the freezer, they were on the upper level. They wasn't on the lower level. They were in the same kitchen as they found Kenneka Jenkins. So all of these innuendos and all of these people saying this, that, and the other, but people can't prove shit. You know, everybody, well, I saw this in the beginning. Okay, well then, if you saw it in the beginning, then you should be able to explain it in great detail. I don't have no doubt that the things that was said and done in the beginning ain't what it is now. I don't have no doubt. But you keep referencing, oh, well, this is how it was in the beginning. And then when you be asked a question, you don't know shit. You can play that game with somebody else, but you can't play it with me, peoples. Because for all of you who supposed to have seen things in the beginning, you should be able to tie those things that you have seen with things of what we're seeing now. And you should be able to explain with great detail the difference in what we are seeing now than what you have seen in the beginning. Because I do believe a lot of stuff about this case was out in the beginning. And as a lot of people have taken notice with this case, then a lot of things start to disappear. People, I'm not stupid. I get it. All right, so we understand that the young lady who got out the elevator got commandeered by Man. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. Because if it was Kenneka Jenkins, then you got to help me to make this make sense. What did he do with that girl's body? What did they take her? Because, I mean, he commandeered her in the hallway, the camera is catching everything, right? So surely the camera should have caught him commandeering her, right? That should have been on camera. Well, you guys got it all. The video footage isn't on camera. Or is that something that they edit out and you guys just overlook? They were in the hall, peoples. We saw them in the hall, right? We saw her walking down the hall on the camera, right? So they were at a position in place to where everything would have been on camera, right? Where's the video footage? Why isn't nobody talking about that? When you can clearly see that that happened. Why they're not talking about it? Because it changes the whole narrative. You bring that out, they don't have the case. Nobody has a case, because you can't ever say that any Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment. They don't want to admit that several girls played Kenneka Jenkins. But now they have to, because that is unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples. It's actual factual proof. So Kenneka Jenkins be the fake one anyway, be commandeered when she get off the elevator. How in the hell could she be walking the halls of that establishment? She can't. Just like Mother Dora had told you. How could she be walking the halls of that establishment, walk into a freezer and be decomposed in the manner to which we see her? How? That doesn't make no sense. Now, see, the thing is, many of you believe all of this bullshit, but you won't say shit. And that's funny to me, people. Let's go back. Let me share my screen. And let's go back, peoples, to what In Slime We Trust had said about all of these people getting killed.
Everywhere. And everybody knew those weren't vice lords, that they were breeds, right? And that's also what I'm pointing out in this video, that all these people passing away are vice lords. But look at this is what Lenora was on last year on 4th of July. She looked worried at all in her face. She also tweeted Monifa if you come back to Douglas Ave, which is right off Christiana, she said, I'm going to mop your face with the floor. Now, you can't tell somebody that already lives there not to come back there. So my guess is she don't live there. KJ was backdoored. She was set up by a different gang. Why? You would have to ask that gang that. Look at what she bought. Them people in the hotel, why did we not even see one damn liquor bottle? All I seen in that hotel was, and there was 40 people in that hotel. These are supposed to be people balling, celebrating what, like 3 birthday parties? And y'all ain't got no liquor bottles going around. You know what I mean? Everybody off the pills. All I see is people got these little ass cups, a Red Bull. Like, come on. Ain't no liquor in that damn party if you got a little red cup. That's liquor. She got 3 bottles. What's that? 4 bottles of Douce, 4 bottles of Patron, and she brought out the stacks. Come on. That tells me that they're comfortable with the breeds. They trust the breeds. The breeds are family to them. She could have took that money and went and partied with her family, left the city, did whatever, but she said, nah, I'm going to go party with the gang members. Again, this is Douglas right here, 13 and Christiana. They're always in the same spot. This liquor right here is about $80 a bottle. 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. Wow, she's got about 10 bottles of Patron there. She stopped playing. She's flexing. That's actually around when Mike Tate got his TV turned off. Yep, it was a backdoor party. That's why the only happy birthday that was said was what? The fake lookalike Irene, happy birthday, mumbling and shit. You know what I mean? Trying to, take the bass out of her voice. Ain't nobody in the party said, yeah, happy birthday, Irene, or, you know what I mean? Anything. Here's a blunt, you know what I'm saying? People in Chicago ain't that damn cheap. Yeah. You know what it is? They were little kids about it. After the
case, boy. They don't want me to talk about this case. Damn. I mean, this is some shit, peoples. They really don't want me to talk about this case. You know, people's look, it's this is what's going to happen. So you guys just going to have to bear with it because it is what it is. This is what happens.
Slime We Trust News is in the building. And that's the newest person I actually heard besides Shemaya's brother, and also Killer being in a wheelchair. I didn't even know Killer was in a wheelchair. It's just happening so fast now. Since she's in the hospital, she's getting questioned by the police. Maybe the brother don't got as much attention on her. That's really sending a message right there. Both legs, right? I wonder if they did walk-ups, because a lot of people in Chicago, sometimes they do walk-ups. They don't even do drive-bys. They'll walk up right to you. See you on the ground, one right in your head.
Well, as you can see, Killer is paralyzed and little TY is dead.
All flock together. Y'all see it. That's why none of these kids, like I said in my Shemaya 4-part series, ever been on Christiana and Douglas Street. Never, ever. Show me a damn picture. All these boys are Western Ave boys. Y'all seen that? The tattoo, the guy with the Western Ave on his back? They all new breeds, Goody Mob, Crazy Crew. Yes, it does sound like the breeds are getting a lick back. That's what I'm trying to show you. I don't see one breed falling. All these people that are falling, I'm also showing you not only that they were at the party, but they're what gang they're officially in. And it just said where he lives on Western Ave. We all know Western Ave from the last document is where the Goody Mob is. And that's the faction of the Vice Lords. Boom. Same thing Zap TV said. You're a TVL. You know Kenneka through Rico, right? Which makes me look at Rico side-eye. The middleman. But anyways, let's see. Now, this might be a little graphic. We're going to look at Killer. Yep, another Vice. Now, Killer almost got his TV turned off with this picture. Very lucky, like Shemaya. Very, very lucky. Now, shout out to my girl from the gang, Irina, aka Gemini. She tracked him down on Facebook, found his private Facebook, and found his personal pictures. So let's check it out that he posted up himself. All fair use. Exactly, Corinne. Boom! All right, y'all. So I'll pull it up, Killer's pictures right now. Not looking too well. Run them legs up, y'all. Let's get it. Oh. They almost turned your boy's TV off. They almost split his taco shell open. They actually did split his taco shell open. They stitched it back together. That looked like a chopper shell right there. Look at that scar. Whew. Same thing with this dude. So these ain't no accident shots. This is something close and personal. Let me blow it up. Ooh. So I think he's out the wheelchair on this one. Somebody seen him in a wheelchair, but they don't have the picture of him in a wheelchair, but that picture right there looks like his legs are messed up and he might just be jumped out the wheelchair. Oh, this is another person that's passed that I didn't get to bring to the live's attention yet. We haven't talked about Little Ty yet. I didn't know Little Ty passed away as well. So we got Mike Tate dead. Mike, I think that they're the same person. I'm not too sure. Killer, head split open in a wheelchair. We got Little Ty dead. Ooh, it ain't looking good. Shemaya's brother added to that list. And I don't even think he was at the hotel, but I could be wrong. But maybe he wasn't at the hotel and they were like, listen, Shemaya lived. Let's go after the brother now. Since she's in the hospital, she's getting questioned by the police. Maybe the brother don't got as much attention on him. That's really sending a message right there. Both legs, right? I wonder if they did walk-ups. Because a lot of people in Chicago, sometimes they do walk-ups. They don't even do drive-bys. They'll walk up right to you. See you on the ground, one right in your head. Better fake dead. Ooh, it's getting bad. And that's the newest person I actually heard besides Shemaya's brother, and also Killer being in a wheelchair. I didn't even know Killer was in a wheelchair. It's just happening so fast now. Started with Mike Tate. And I told everybody too, the first series, if you go check of the Shemaya series, the first part, I told everybody the falling of Mike Tate is the warning, is the sign. Yeah, exactly. I think that could be It's Me, Felicia, why her brother did get hit. Because maybe her brother was her older brother that was protecting her. He was about that life. He could have actually retaliated after that happened. And maybe they got up on him after he retaliated, somebody else. Who knows? Nah, but I don't think she did on this picture. Yeah, she left Chicago ASAP, especially after she had that baby. And look what she wrote in the caption. Devil in a dress, Purple Heart. Oh, yeah, y'all know what? Y'all remember Shamaya posted last year, I smoke woods and I kill people? She really had the nerve to post after we got her on camera at the Crown Plaza Hotel, grabbing her Kenneka's feet while Monifa's grabbing the head on camera, and people just act like they don't see that part. Or her sneaking a blade in her shirt, allegedly. And you wanna say something like that? You smoke woods and kill people and think the shit's not gonna come back around 360? Why you think they probably went after your brother after? They trying to make somebody pay for that death. Yep, everybody's getting touched. That's why I had to show y'all this. Somebody said killers in a wheelchair. I said, what? Send me the pictures. Once somebody sent me the pictures, I said, oh shit, I got to show y'all this. And maybe 12. You know how I know this? Because I used to wear True Religion. And anybody that wore True Religion can probably merch for this. That True Religion was popular in what? 2013, 2014. Look, she has a little baby face on her. Come on, she's no older than 13. Monifa's still dressing like a man. You know what I'm saying? Why does it look like she's throwing the Vice Lords down in this picture also? But I don't know. She's dressing as a man. I think this is Monifa's brother, actually, as well. And Kenneka's pimped the heck out. She's got True Religion jeans. They ran about $400 back then. She's got the True Religion hoodie. That's about $200. And everybody else, they kind of slumming it. But why so much of these old-ass pictures? They don't want us to connect the dots. That's why. I don't know about that. Does your cousin Jennifer go on live and call you the biggest snitch in the world? Would your cousin do that? Would your blood family do that? Put your life at risk like that? Knowing you live in Chicago, which they call Chirac, they hate snitches, and she's live and you're gonna say Kenneka's the biggest snitch in the world? And there might have been a little background to this, like she witnessed a crime or something. Like it could have been what happened to her, why it happened to her. I don't think that was her cousin. Now, Jazzy J, I think that was her cousin. What did Jazzy say? Monifa, tell them damn cops that you've seen them Wilson brothers outside that room shooting dice. She said that to her in the beginning of 2017. And then the police reports came out. The same damn shit was in the police reports. That's her cousin right there. And you know what else Jazzy J said? She said, Monifa, why wasn't any of us invited to the party? And when she said that, I think she meant by breeds or family. Or like Kenneka's dominant circle. Like, Monifa, I ain't stupid. Why wasn't none of us invited to the party? All Vice Lords invited? Yep, 13 Christiana did get shot as well. Or somebody got shot over there either. Now, nobody knows what happened. People could have been retaliating. And they could have got shot while they were retaliating on 13 and Christiana. Or they could have just been retaliating. Come on. That tells me that they're comfortable with the breeds. They trust the breeds. The breeds are family to them. She could have took that money and went and partied with her family. Left the city, did whatever. But she said, nah, I'm going to go party with the gang members. Again, this is Douglas right here, 13 and Christiana. They're always in the same spot. This liquor right here is about $80 a bottle. 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. Wow, she's got about 10 bottles of Patron there. She stopped playing. She's flexing. That's actually around when Mike Tate got his TV turned off. Yep, it was a backdoor party. That's why the only happy birthday that was said was what? The fake lookalike Irene, happy birthday, mumbling and shit. You know what I mean? Trying to, take the bass out of her voice. Ain't nobody in the party said, yeah, happy birthday, Irene, or, you know what I mean? Anything. Here's a blunt, you know what I'm saying? People in Chicago ain't that damn cheap. Yeah, hallway. Like, what? Trying to protect the people at the party, maybe? Who knows? Yes, a lot of them was scrubbed from the internet, but I got a couple of them. Whatever I say, yes, I got pictures to prove it. I don't just say things to say it. So you ain't gonna make nobody here second guess anything. And look at who's holding their mouth out of everybody. Oh, this is raunchy too. That's cold bleed out of everybody. The person that flipped her to the unknown. Don't fludge. Want to see another one? Y'all want to see another one? Hold up. I ain't playing around. I don't know. Yes, that is disrespectful. 2 months after she died, that's your heartfelt message to her, that you flipped her to another gang and don't flodge. That's definitely a trolling message to her family and to her gangs that has love for her. You know what I mean? That they flipped her to another gang so that the people, would feel like shit about the gang. Yeah, they lied way, way too many times. Then in the first day, a lot of people don't know this because they weren't here since day one. Irene even said I dared her to go in the fridge, so I feel bad about it. Then she took that comment back, like, oh shit, I'm supposed to know where the fridge is. Probably what she said to herself, but she took that back quick. But that was the first thing Irene ever said when Kenneka was first found. I dared her to walk in the fridge, so I feel bad this happened. Just trying to make it look like an accident still. Exactly. Kenneka quit drugs. She stopped doing drugs. She graduated from Collins High School in 2016. This is facts. I looked it up. It's a breed school, actually, 2 minutes from 13 and Christiana. She graduated with Zahari Walls, Jazzy J. Wright. Did not see no Manifa, Shemaya, none of that. But she graduated from that school. It said her dad left her some money. Her dad's no longer here. She was supposed to go to nursing school, use that money to go to nursing school, pass clean drug tests. and somebody took all that from her. That's what makes all this even worse. At that hotel, she did not take no pills. None of them pills them people were taking because she wanted to pass a clean drug test. She did not smoke, nothing. And that's why in her toxic report, she only had a little alcohol, allegedly, and Topamax that was slipped to her. Nobody pops Topamax before they go party. Yep, they were jealous of her. What was it? About 5 months, 6 months after Kenneka passed. Looks like they got this little fetish with knives. And that's funny because Shemaya looks like she had something up her sleeve, literally, when she went in the hotel. Then when they're taking pictures in the house, they're playing with knives all the time, you know, like they use that for protection or they walk around with it. You know what I'm saying? And then the only thing we haven't seen was Kenneka's neck. Like, why the hell we looking at Kenneka's full body, but her neck is blocked out in every picture? Was that where the wound was? Nice and quiet, you know what I'm saying? Because a shot will make some noise. So I just want to find this Goody Mob Bree thing, and then that's pretty much it. Maybe her functions were limited. Screenshot from 2017. You won't find this nowhere on the scene. This has been scrubbed. And guess what's the most incriminating thing, guys, in this picture? Take a real good look at it. Because some of y'all may be like, wait, that ain't Bree. You know, that's not her avatar, blah, blah, blah. But there you go again with the girls incriminating themselves. It's possible, Lavonda. They say Zach was taken out because he knew what happened and he was about to say it. Yes, I was going to bring that up, but I didn't want to get too far away from the topic. Everything that I said about the Kenneka case in the beginning turned out to be true 4 years later. Now, same thing with this duck case. Everything I said about the duck case is turning out to be true now. If you go watch my first video about FBG Duck, everything I said about him, who set him up, his own people, is turning out to be true. Go check it out. Right after Melly died, then Cash, and all of a sudden is repping Wise. Look at the face Monifa made and everything. Oh, like, yeah. I'm in a sling and everything. She got some big body thing, too. A little muscular. But boom, there's all the dots right there. Goody Mob is a faction of the Vice Lords. Goody Mob is Bree. It's Monifa. It's Irene. It's everybody that invited Kenneka. The end. Y'all smell me? Years before Kenneka passed. So she knew Ty Rowland already from the jump. That's why she invited him. That's Irene's boyfriend. Looks like they're real cool together. So you know what's up. If her boyfriend's best friends with Ty Rowland, you know she's in the safe zone. Yup, another thing, people say she witnessed the murder. But the hotel has been raided not once, but twice. And what have they been raided for? Transplanting organs. Selling organs, allegedly. Watch, let me find that for y'all. Gift of Hope, whatever it's called. It's crazy. So, you know, Carl working for them. Who knows what agreement they had. Remembered one or two females coming back into the party. So you know Kenneka, but you don't remember Shamaya and Monifa. Bullshit. Shortly after, then exit again right away. And they were right by the dice game, quotation marks, as they came in and left again. And then I read all this last time. But I want y'all to read the last paragraph before I go. But figured she had just left the party with other friends. Blank is a self-administrated member of the Goody Mob, faction of the Vice Lords. Boom! And that's it for tonight, y'all. I hope everybody enjoyed the live. Make sure y'all run them thumbs up. Subscribe so you don't miss the next video.
Now you see people's, it's the life and time of a gang member. You kind of get an ideal as to, you know, a lot of the stuff that's going on, how these kids lived and the things that they've been doing and whatnot. kind of put things in a whole new different perspective, huh? As you can see it. It's amazing, peoples, you know? Truly amazing. But see, like I told you, I don't have all of the answers to this case, but as you can see, you know, you keep digging, you keep looking at different things and whatnot, and you put these little pieces together and everything comes together. You can see the life and times of what happened with these people and their affiliations and stuff like that. Now you beginning to see a big picture emerge, you know? You begin to see a big picture emerge, peoples. And that's the one thing that I have been trying to educate many of you upon. Is no one answer that fits all to this case. This case goes deeper than what many of you think. And it has many different twists and turns, but it's so much that is encompassed with this case. It's just not no one thing. But you got to keep digging. And the more that you dig, the more that you start to find. Now you starting to see how these kids lived. These kids wasn't innocent. These kids didn't live no righteous and wholesome life. These kids were, well, they wasn't really terror tyrants. They wasn't really hardcore, but they had good, strong gang ties, as you can see. Every last one of them, from Kenneka on up to Teresa Martin. You know, from hello, Rissy Rolex. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. You guys see the gang ties, and that's what they had. They had ties to the gang, and there is pecking order. There is things that happens within the gangs. Now, it was stated that they had a party, but all of those people that you've seen in the halls and at the establishment, how many of those people did you see in TY's live or Irene's live? Well, what any of them did you ever see? Whatever party did you ever see where they don't share liquor? You didn't see no liquor going on and stuff, did you? No, you didn't see a lot of people drinking. Not like some of the parties traditional parties that you see. And you didn't really see a lot of smoking either. You didn't see nobody drinking liquor and smoking and stuff like that. So what was the reason for them to come down there? The reason for them to come down there was a satanic ritual. It was a ritual night. A satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. You come to see the indoctrination of people. People get killed. People's getting their bodies cut open and getting whipped and beat and burnt and all of this stuff. You say it was a party, but see, people see, well, when I present things to you, I present things to you in a whole fashion. I don't present things to you in pieces, you know, of a missing puzzle. I present the whole puzzle. Yeah, I got to throw pieces together, but then as I'm throwing the pieces together, I'm explaining to you so you can see the big picture. See, you guys look at these little things and then you get into your mind, oh, well, that's got to be. Peoples, You come way from Chicago to Rosemont for a party that you don't drink, and you're only there for what, a couple of hours, if that? You come way out to Rosemont, Illinois, for a so-called party that you're only going to stay, what, about an hour or two, and then you check out? It was deeper than that, peoples. It was deeper than that. You gotta put things in perspective. Ain't nobody going to come way out to nowhere and especially to a party and not crunk it up. But you seen them crunked up for a moment and stuff. Everybody was hyphy, as you guys call it. But hyphy for how long before everybody start to cut out? Or did they cut out? You think these people literally left? No, all of that stuff was staged for the camera. You had the DoubleTree and you had the Crown Plaza. So when they go out of one facility, where do you think they're going to? To the other facility. These people ain't driving way home to Chicago. You dip and tip. You go out for the showcase for the camera. Okay, well, I'm out of here and stuff, like this, whatever. What was the whole purpose of you coming? Because when you came, you wasn't on camera. So what was you doing? What was you doing that whole time? You did not come way down to Rosemont to sit in a TY's live for only 10, 20 minutes, because that was the crutch of his live. About 10 minutes long, and that was it. And so where was all of these people at on camera? Where, people? How many people did you really see leave? Because the majority of them you didn't see leave that establishment. All of those people that came, oh, come on now, people, give me a break. These people is not going to go way down there just for 5 or 10 minutes of sitting crunking in a room, and then that's it. But they had to play to the camera. But see, by them playing to the camera, they played themselves, because now they only made themselves look suspicious. Because all of those people that was at that establishment was not in TY's live, peoples. They wasn't. I don't care how you say it. They wasn't. Not the amount of people that we seen come in. And half of the people that came in, you didn't even see them no more. Peoples, put it in perspective. Put everything in perspective. It's bigger than Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You heard what the man said. Monifa Shemaya had snuck in a knife. Monifa had the knife in her sleeve. Who do you think got killed with the knife? Remember when Shemaya was in the room with Kenneka and she took out that knife and she was looking. And she told Kenneka, "You are the biggest snitch." She had that knife in her hand. That was a tall tale sign right there, peoples, that something was brewing and she didn't even know it. And she thought that she was just playing games. Peoples, you don't call people no snitch on national TV. You just don't do that. But she did. And you guys bypassed all of that. So all of the telltale signs was there that something was brewing. You got the people speaking out, Shorty's dead. You got Shamai over here calling her as the biggest snitch in the town, and then bringing out a knife. You got Teresa Martin over here smiling and stuff on the 6th. Man. And then there's many more that I can talk about, peoples. Of all of the telltale signs that was leading up. You got Carl Desmond and James Coleman scoping out the area before the greatest production that has ever been produced is called Kill Kenneka in Your Face. You can't do anything because you cannot disgrace. That is the most boldest statement that they have ever made, peoples. And to this extent, they got away with it. But this is why I keep it out in the airways. So the people can continue to keep talking about it, to get enraged and spread the information. It's because of Edward Joseph is that a lot of people are taking a second look at this and they're chiming out. Don't you know that the Kenneka Jenkins, don't you know that the Kenneka Jenkins rooms, they're buzzing big time on Facebook and YouTube? The Kenneka Jenkins got a second wind and people are talking about it. People are going back doing research. People are going back and calling the nefarious madness of what these people has been saying. Hello, Big Hook. It's a blessing to see you on today. Big Hook said he put so much work in, they should just let him go. They should just let who go? Who put in so much work? See, people, all of the telltale signs was there. All of the telltale signs was there. Now the people are going back and they're taking a second and third look at this thing, and everybody's chiming in. And then the people who's trying to silence people and stuff, they're being alienated now. A lot of the people who they used to politic with, they ain't got no time for them no more. So once upon a time, Casey Cloyo Vera Sanchez Medina was really something about the Kenneka Jenkins case, but she showed the true colors. She showed who she really is. Now people don't have no time in the day with her. A lot of the people who used to politic with her, they don't politic with her no more. But it's because of Edward Joseph is why a lot of these people are taking a second and third look at this. You can't tell me that I didn't make headways in this Kenneka Jenkins case, and I brought out a lot of information and a lot of questions that you guys should be raising. And now the YouTubers, they can't stand on the principles of what they have been stating about this case no more. They can't do it, people. They can't say no more. It's a wrap. It's done. They tried their best to keep all of this mess, madness, and craziness and this nefariousness, but they can't do it no more. Now you see for yourself, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. She never had an opportunity to. She never was there on the night. She never was there. The girl who got off the elevator, she got commandeered. So she gets commandeered. I've already shown you that. Then how did the next girl come to be Kenneka? How, peoples? I mean, help me to make that make sense. I mean, I've literally shown you. I went down the timeline. I've shown you. In Slime We Trust, shown you. So this girl get commandeered and we never see her again. Then the next girl come into the next scene and play her part. Well, what happened to her? All of those girls who played Kenneka Jenkins, where are they today, peoples? Where are they today? Do any of you guys know where they are? You don't see not one girl who played Kenneka Jenkins. You don't see not one on no Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, whatever type of platform there is out there. You don't see no girl. And why you don't see no girl? Because they're all gone. They're dead. It's called leave no witness. See, people's one of the greatest mistakes that these people have made is when they touch the hair of Kenneka Jenkins. Because it was street justice got justice. It wasn't the establishment. You guys sit around here thinking that the establishment did something to Kenneka. You guys thinking that the beverage manager and all of them did something to Kenneka. No, the establishment got gang ties. But the establishment ain't going to get in the mix of this shit. Do you actually think that these kids would have allowed a white man to touch a black girl's hair? Think about that for a moment, people. Just think about that for a moment. A white man. Y'all said that the beverage manager touched Kenneka. That ain't the case, peoples. Do you actually think that these gang members will let a white man touch a young, beautiful black queen? Because if any of you ever think that ever had happened, then I have to call you crazy, nefarious, and hilarious. Because that would have never happened, peoples. It would have never happened. Never happened, peoples. The white man could not put his hands, or as one YouTuber say, pause on this girl. It would have never happened, peoples. It never happened. So when you are sitting here giving these narratives and giving these false, fictitious, and nefarious narratives, you got to ask yourself the question, peoples. But, you know, it's funny how you guys are saying all this stuff, but you can't prove nothing. So we see the fake Kenneka Jenkins get commandeered in the beginning. Help me to make this make sense. How? How, peoples? How, peoples? How did she walk the halls of that establishment and she got commandeered when she got off the elevator? It's not going to happen, peoples. So that only leaves you to not speculate, but understand that there were several girls played Kenneka because somebody else had to come in and walk the halls. And every girl that walked a hall, you don't see them no more. I have yet to see any Facebooker or YouTuber to track the girls down that walk that hall. They don't talk about it. Why they don't talk about it? Because they have no information on them. They're just like ghosts. Here on camera 1 minute, gone the next. Do we know who they are? No, nobody knows who they are. Only the perpetrators do. The people who's down there, yeah, they do. But these kids ain't talking. These birds dare not sing peoples. As you can see what happened to Shemaiah. You sing the song, we're going to bring you home. And home they brought her, peoples, to a bullet in their head. Well, she ain't singing no more. I think she learned her lesson, and then they got her brother. You know? So when you break this thing down, peoples, I mean, you got to make sense of it. So, and I've been saying this for years, but nobody has been believing me because everybody's been believing that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment because Teresa Martin said that is my daughter. Well, you guys didn't know that Teresa Martin do lie, right? And she lied about that, right? But I'll let you tell it. Because at every interval that you talk about this case, I'm breaking it down and I'm debunking everything that you guys are ever saying or thinking. So whether I get an invitation on anybody's live to talk about this, or whether I have to continue to keep talking about it on my live, or whatever the case may be, it is bringing light to this case. Because where all of these YouTubers sat here forever and a day, believing Teresa Martin that was her daughter walking the halls of that establishment, only to come find out she never did. She never had an opportunity to. Now, how does that make many of you feel and what you look like? Because the narrative was out there, Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, but now after I proved to you that the first fake Kenneka got commandeered once she got out the elevator, well, it's like Trish said, it's lights out. It's lights out. You can't turn on the lights in the halls, peoples, because she's never there. Edward Joseph, you messed up, man. Why did you go and show that this fake Kenneka got commandeered? Well, peoples, I've been telling you guys that for years, and you haven't been listening to me. Now you got your ears open. Now I done busted this thing wide open. Now everybody is asking questions, and now everybody pretty much to a degree have a somewhat of a understanding as to what is happening. You see things in a whole new different light than what you did before. You ain't believing the bullshit that was told to you. Peoples, question number one, how in the hell did Kenneka walk the halls of that establishment if she got commandeered, if that was her? if that was her, she got commandeered. So she got commandeered. How in the hell did she complete the journey? Only one way, peoples. Another girl who was set up to play her in the hall. That is the only way that that can happen, peoples. And that is what happened. And I've shown you that. It wasn't the same girl that walked the halls. You got the guy that walked in that played Kenneka Jenkins. Where is he? Where is he? You know what's so conveniently, what is so convenient, peoples, is that the fake Kenneka walks into the establishment, and then on the elevator, it ain't her or him that walked into the establishment. He just disappeared. Then the other one is that you have the fake Kenneka in the elevator with Shamaya, Muniva, and Briefree, supposedly. Well, they're supposed to be in Irene's live, but we never seen the real Kenneka. We never seen her. We never seen the real Kenneka in Irene's live. So since we never seen her, all we hear is these little voice overs and things like that. Now everybody believes that narrative. Okay, well, you believe the narrative. I have to bring you back to when Man is down there and he's commandeering this fake Kenneka. So how do you build a narrative when there is no narrative? How? So it forces you to believe and understand that several other girls played her. And then as you go down each hall, it was a different girl. I've shown you that many times over. So it totally debunks everything that Trey Gay, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Boss Man, Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, Casey Chloe, Sanchez, Medina, Overa. It debunks everything that these people have been saying for years. And then what was mind-boggling to me is how they sit here trying to piece this nefarious video footage together, and they can't make sense of it because of the simple fact, peoples, it was a lot of content that was edited out of the video. Some of that stuff has been leaked and some of it hasn't. They want this case to go away. They want people to just not talk about it. That's why they have Casey Cloyd, Sanchez, Overa, Medina to talk about it, to try to get people to believe what she says and not look at the facts. Not look at the true evidence of the case. Casey has never addressed Kenneka in the freezer. She's never addressed that. I've been asking forever and a day, and she still never addressed it. So when your purpose and plan is just only to attack people, and that's all she does is just attack, attack, attack. Well, then, my question is this. See, you guys see what's happening, right? Every time I get on Casey Cloyd, Olvera Sanchez Medina, and Teresa Martin, man, I get seriously attacked. My lives go down. They're trying to take me down because they don't want me to talk about it. They don't want me that. And see, you guys got to look at the big picture. Why have my life have been attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked? Why are they trying to shut down my lives? Why are they trying to shut me down? Why are they trying to keep me silent? For what? What? Because I'm bringing out the receipts. I'm making the people finally realize and understand Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. All of this stuff that happened is fake, phony, and fictitious and nefarious because they set this up for a murder mystery game, a satanic ritual. Peoples, wake up and smell the coffee. Because it's in your face. I don't know what else I can tell you. If you people cannot see what's happening, that you've been duped, that you've been lied to. Teresa Martin has been lying all of this time. And this is one of the reasons why she never would call out Edward Joseph's name. Out of all of the YouTubers that she always called out, she never mentioned my name. And why did she not mention my name? Because she knows. You give me attention, ma'am. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. She know I am the very and the only one that can bring her down. She knows that. She knows I know way too much about this case. And this is one of the reasons why she'll never speak up on me. She never did. People, this is one of the things that I did, I put together. That's what I put together. This is the screenshot of what's to come. And if you didn't know it or not, peoples, that is a Illuminati handshake. So, thanks to Nosy Bug, you know, she got me hipped up on something, and now I'm doing incredible things. See, it started off with this, peoples. Then I used that. And then I went on and did it like this. Then I put all three of them together and I got this. And so what I'm about to put together, I'm going to be relentless. I guarantee you, people, Teresa Martin will be in my life. I guarantee you that. After I get through, she will be in my life. I guarantee you that. I have a unique ability to call out all of these people, and she's the only one who's been avoiding me. But Teresa Martin, I'm calling you. I'm calling you, ma'am. Come on. Because you need to come and have a conversation with Edward Joseph. Now, Teresa Martin, I'll do this. If you come to my live and answer my questions and things, then I promise you that I would leave it alone. I promise you I would leave the Kenneka Jenkins case alone. I promise you that. You have my promise. You come on my live and you come talk to Edward Joseph. Let me ask you some questions. And I promise you that I will never talk about the Kenneka Jenkins again. I will let it rest and let you be at rest. So I know you're listening, Teresa Martin. Come to my live, ma'am. Come here and come talk to Edward Joseph. You got an invitation to come to the live because you watch it all the time. So it ain't no sense in sitting down being hilarious and nefarious. Come to my live and come talk with Edward Joseph. Now, if you don't, well, then let's just say that it's just going to not be so good for you. But it's all right, ma'am. It's all right, ma'am. You know, peoples, I told you I was going to be doing some great things on this channel, and I am. Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you the wonderful things Edward Joseph has been doing on his channel, peoples. And look at this, peoples. Here it is. Look at Kenneka Jenkins. She's coming back into the algorithm. She's coming back into the algorithm, peoples, because look, Kenneka Jenkins Spirit Box Session. They're coming back, and then you got Custom Designs 2 hours ago. Kenneka Jenkins, we need answers. I'm resurrecting, because see, all of this was Shanquilla Robinson, but now we still got a few Kenneka Jenkins. Y'all see that, right? And then look at here. Well, that was 5 years ago. But they still talking about Kenneka Jenkins. Now, see, everybody thought that, you know, Shanquilla Robinson was going to pretty much dominate. But Kenneka Jenkins is still in the algorithm, even though some of these lives and stuff was some years ago. Really doesn't matter. See all of this wonderful, good-looking, what they call them, thumbnails. But I'm still in here. There's my live right there. There's my live right there. I'm still in the algorithm, peoples. There's Trey Gain. He's got it a month ago. This person did it 2 weeks ago, Kenneka Jenkins. So she's still widely being talked about. Then this person, Keytron, is talking about Kenneka Jenkins' death. And he's the one who draws all of these little illustrations and stuff. So let me go back. Let me go back to the channel, peoples. So these are the wonderful things I've been doing. See the beautiful thumbnail that I did right there, right there, right there, right there. And then I put this Well, this is the live that I'm doing right now. But I'm going to change this to one of the lives that I did. So let's go here, peoples. And then there is my creation right there of the live that I did. And then if you didn't tune in, you need to go watch the Shanquilla Robinson case has turned into a circus. I mean, peoples, that was one of the best lives that we did. And it came out wonderful. Everybody and their mama was watching that one. As you can see, peoples, 231 views. And we got another subscriber tonight. Blessings on the subscriber. We got another subscriber tonight on my backup channel, peoples. Look at that beautiful creation and stuff, you know. Thanks again to Nosy Bug, because Nosy Bug came through. Now I can start putting creative titles to these lives instead of having it look like this. So that's what I'm in the process of doing now, peoples. And I'm in the process of making this video of Teresa Martin. So I'm going to have fun with the various new tools that I have at my disposal that Nosy Bug had told me about. And so that's amazing, people. So as you can see, good stuff is happening. So my regular channel is going to be up and running in a couple of more days. But it's okay, you know. You live and you learn. You do what you do. And see, that's what I'm doing, peoples, you know. The more that I work with this graphics things, the more that I'm able to really start doing some good creations and stuff, you know, but you got to start somewhere. And so that's why I've started, peoples. And that's what's happening to the channel. Great things is happening, peoples. I mean, hey, you know, it did look. You guys are still here. You guys are still rocking with me. Damn, it is almost 3 o'clock in the morning here. So I know it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning in other places. 6 o'clock in the morning. And look, you guys are still here rocking with me on tonight. I went all shit. I just did 8 hours. And then I came back. And then I did a second live because I wanted my Facebook family not to miss anything. So that's 8, 10. This is 12 and a half hours. So this is another marathon run tonight, peoples. It's another marathon run tonight. Trish said it's 5:42 where she is. So peoples, you know, I'm going to turn it in right now. Because I'm sitting here, I'm getting sleepy. But tomorrow is going to be a New Year's special. It's going to be a New Year's special, and we're going to go in a little deeper with a greater understanding as to how this elaborate murder mystery game came about. And let me just put this addendum out there, people. Let me put this addendum out there. if you are a Teresa Martin supporter, I don't think that you may want to see this live because it may just really piss you off even more so. And I don't want to be in a habit of pissing people off and blocking people because you guys come in being disrespectful and things like that. But I'm just giving you fair warning now because, hey, I got my admin and I got my moderators here and they are ready. They're ready. They're ready, peoples. And so, you know, I love a live like this to where I can be able to talk in, I can be able to do the things that I need to do and stuff and not no interruptions and things. Now, peoples, as you can see, the bigger picture that is taking hold. You see the bigger picture that is in play right now. And why and how all of this stuff came about. Because it's bigger than Kenneka Jenkins. Trust and believe, people. This thing is bigger than Kenneka Jenkins. But Teresa Martin, she had a debt to pay. And that's why she had to sacrifice her daughter. But was it all worth it? And that is the question that we will answer tomorrow, peoples. Was it worth her daughter's life? Money ain't everything. She is being tormented, peoples. Why do you think she sit back and drink a whole lot of booze and stuff and talk a lot of nonsense? Well, you know, some people, I tell you, they never learn. But in this case, Teresa Martin, she will learn. And she will learn who Edward Joseph is. Because I tell you one thing, peoples, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, Kenneka's spirit is crying out for justice. And if I can leave this case alone, I would, but I can't. I can't. I can't. Her spirit won't allow me to. And now we're beginning to see the bigger picture. See, people's that narrative that they gave Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of the establishment, that doesn't wash no more. You see, look, y'all see what's happening, right? They still trying to take down my life. I mean, it's incredible. People, you know that I'm saying some stuff because when they've been trying all night to try to shut me down and I'm still here, that tells you something. How many times have they kept attacking my life? And again, every time I talk about Teresa Martin or Casey Chloe Sanchez Medina Olvera, my lives get attacked. It is you know, should I not call her Teresa Martin? Should I just call her TM? Because see, when I say TM, shit, nothing happens. But when I start calling her full name, Teresa Martin, now my lives is going down. Well, I tell you one thing, people, I'm too resilient. You know, I mean, they can do whatever they want and stuff. It's fine with me. I'm still going to get it out there. I'm just waiting for Teresa Martin to say my name. But she won't do it. This is the first time people's ever in the history of me doing Edward Joseph, let's talk live, that I ever gave Teresa Martin an invitation to come to my channel. She'll be here. She'll be here, peoples. Don't trust and believe. I called Jackie Johnson out, Kendra Johnson's mother. So if I call her out, shit, you know I can get Teresa Martin. And I know just the way to do it. She talked about everybody except for me. And why is that, peoples? That is amazing. And I'm the only one who she will never ever engage with. She never ever talk to or talk about. That's interesting, peoples. Trish, what is it about Edward Joseph that Teresa Martin just absolutely won't say nothing about him? I'm aiming to find that out, peoples. That's amazing. That's amazing. Peoples, we are going to go in. We're going to leave this year off with a bang. 2022 has been a hell of a year, and it has been a headache, and it has been a major thorn in my side. And I'm glad to get the fuck out of this year. I just hope 2023 will be a good year. And I pray that in 2023 that many of you get your mind right, get your heart right, get everything right, and leave that bullshit behind. Come into the new year with a new attitude. An attitude of gratitude, you know, an attitude of thanksgiving. Leave that shit alone. Don't come into this new year with this bullshit, peoples. Really. Don't come into the change. Make a change for a moment. Even if it's just for a moment. But then for that moment, make it permanent. It's just like Michael Jackson said, looking at the man in the mirror, asking him to change his ways. Peoples, don't come in the new year with all of that bullshit madness and baggage and luggage and all of that stuff that has been hindering you forever and a day. It is time now, peoples, that you get it together, get a new life, do something new, do something different, and then do something wonderful, peoples. Is that all right? Is that all right with you, peoples? I am going to do my best to end this year off with a bang, peoples. Y'all come on in on tomorrow. If y'all ain't out partying and drinking and doing all that stuff, y'all come on in, sit down, take a seat, and let's talk on Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. Let's leave this year off with a bang. Is that all right, peoples? Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2022 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, leave the bullshit in this year. Learn to make a change. Come into the new year with a new mind, a new heart, new determination, new goals, and a new word on your lips and blessings on your heart. Is that all right, peoples? That's all right. All right, peoples. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you all. Thank you for watching. Okay, peoples, that's it. That's all that I have on today. I think I'm going to come back and I'm going to uh hit another live on tonight and stuff, but that's it for this particular live. I mean, I just got in and the live just ended, so that's wonderful. I'm glad to I timed that just right when I got my son and I'm back home. But it's still early on tonight, people. So I think I'm going to come right back and I'm going to do another live. So y'all give me just a moment. I'll be back on here. But I'm going to close out this live because we're at 7 hours. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I'll be back. You guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon, peoples, on tonight. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.